I'm going to request that Claudia Cisneros, our city recorder, does a roll call this evening. But 1 moment, please.
Councilor Geary,
Good evening.
Councilor Minke,
Present.
Councilor Chenoweth,
Present.
Councilor Payne,
Present.
Councilor Peralta,
Present.
Council President Garvin,
Here.
and Mayor Madam Drabkin.
Present. Thank you. This evening, Meeting Accessibility Services and American with Disabilities notice the Kent Taylor Civic Hall is accessible to persons with disabilities. A request for an interpreter for the hearing impaired or other accommodations for persons with disabilities should be made at least 48 hours before the meeting with our city recorder, Claudia Cisneros, whose contact information can be found on the city website. We'll start this evening, as we do, with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask Councilor Chenoweth to lead us in the pledge this evening. Thank you, Councilor Chenoweth. And next we're going to do proclamations. Do you have a printout of the proclamation by any chance? No. 1 second. I didn't memorize the proclamation in advance. I apologize as I get my screen open here. Whereas Lemonade Day is a fun-free experiential learning program that launched in Houston, Texas in 2007 and has grown from 2,700 kids in one city to over 1 million kids in cities across America and Canada. And whereas there are 300 kids in McMinnville and surrounding communities who will be learning how to be young entrepreneurs by opening and operating their own businesses, a lemonade stand. And whereas the community's business leaders are supporting and encouraging these young entrepreneurs to be brave and to do big things, and whereas since its inception, Lemonade Day has provided access to the experience of business ownership to youth from all walks of life who learn lifelong business skills and principles while learning how to make money when they are encouraged to spend a little, save a little, and share a little. And whereas the mission of Lemonade Day is to empower today's youth to become tomorrow's entrepreneurs, now, therefore, I, Remy Drabkin, interim mayor of the city of McMinnville, do hereby proclaim Saturday, August 20th, 2022 as Lemonade Day in McMinnville. We urge all citizens to recognize and encourage the efforts of our kids as they learn about being young entrepreneurs while they open and operate their own businesses. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the city of McMinnville to be affixed this 26th day of July 2022. Thank you. We now will extend an invitation to community members for public comment. Any interested members are invited to provide comments, and any comment provided that requires some type of follow-up will be assigned to a staff member. Anyone may speak on any topic other than a matter in litigation, a quasi-judicial land use matter, or a matter scheduled for public hearing today or at some future date. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person for a total of 30 minutes. If you wish to speak, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom to request to speak. Once your turn is up, we will announce your name and unmute your mic, or you may send a chat directly to the city recorder and we will announce you. If you're in council chambers, you can either submit a paper to the city recorder or raise your hand and then submit paper to the city recorder. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment tonight?
Yes, we'll start with Bill Lindeman.
Thank you, Mr. Lindeman.
I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Juliet's House, Child Abuse Center. I want to bring your attention to an issue that is not new to any of us, but it's recently become affecting Juliet's House in a very extreme way. I'm talking about the homeless situation. Juliet's House, about 2 months ago, had its first homeless person, van, RV parked just outside. Now we have approximately 4 people that are sleeping in our bushes, living in a little pull-behind camper that goes behind a bicycle. They're becoming more and more, not aggressive towards us, but aggressive towards each other, and there's a lot of infighting amongst the group. People come on a regular basis to hang out. Can you hear me? People come on a regular basis and hang out with the main individual, and problems are becoming more and more apparent. I'm going to give you kind of a scenario that I'd like you to keep in your head. Imagine you're a 27-year-old mother that's trying to escape the world of abuse, and you've been told by DHS or a district attorney's office that your child may
Recording stopped.
Have
Recording in progress.
may or may not have been abused by some guy that you have been dating for several years. You've been told to go to Juliet's house. It's a safe environment for you and your child to tell their story. As you get out of your car, there's 4 individuals within 150 feet of you, and they're fighting. They have sticks. One of them is brandishing a machete, and then all of a sudden an individual pops out of the bushes and maces some of his other friends. How would you feel at that particular moment? Because this is supposed to be a very safe environment where your child can say their side. This instance has happened twice in the last 2 weeks at Juliet's house. So I don't know what to do to solve the problem. I've been told Oregon state legislatures have put such restrictions on our law enforcement that there's very little that they can do about this problem. But my worry, and I'll be completely honest, I understand these people have problems in their life, but I have to pick my battles, and my big concern at this time is the safety of the children that come to Juliet's house, their families, and so that they can come safely and tell their story so that the people that have hurt them can be brought to justice and those children can move on to have a safe and effective life.
Thank you, Mr. Lindeman. If you'll add your, your address for the record, and then just as a matter of order, and I'm stopping you only because you're out of time, I do want to just say that our chief of police was just briefing the entire council on some of the things that have happened at Juliet's house, and actually our work session as well addressed some of the things that were brought up in your public comment. So really this is a comment to the whole gallery that our entire work session this evening was an explanation of where the city is in terms of our ordinance related to these topics. And that meeting was also recorded. It is about an hour and it's very informative. It gives the history and current status and what to expect not only in the near future but also the long-term future. So I encourage that as a resource. It was one reason we had that as a work session this evening, was to create accessibility to the information around these issues as we work through them as a city. So thank you for your public comment. If you will write down or make sure you supply Claudia Cisneros with your address for the record, that would be great. And thank you for coming.
I'm more than happy to help wherever I can, folks. Help me help you, or help you help me.
Thank you, sir. We have another public comment.
Yeah, next is Stephen Rupp.
Thank you, Mr. Rupp.
My name is Steve Rupp. I live at 14921 Hidden Hills, and My subject is the 3rd Street plan. I made some comments a couple of weeks ago about the 3rd Street plan, and somebody, one of my good friends, corrected me on something. I said that when the thing was first put in, that it would look a little bit barren. But he corrected me. A few years ago, this town decided it wanted street lamps on 3rd Street. And the street lamps, my memory is a little fuzzy, but I think they ran about $3,700 a piece. And we went out for donations, and so many street lamps were donated, we actually had to start going down the side streets. So he said, why couldn't we do that with trees? Why can't we have a $3,000 or $4,000 tree that maybe is a little bit bigger than 2 inches in diameter and get some fairly mature trees, stick them in at the very beginning, and get volunteers around town to give some? I know many people that would be up for doing that and contribute, and it wouldn't be near as barren as it would be if we just stuck with the 2-inch or 3 or 4-inch trees. So that's my comment, and please hope you follow up on it, and hope you follow up on it, and we'll get some trees when this thing comes to pass.
Thank you, Mr. Rupp. Haven't anyone else signed up for public comment?
Yes, next we have Liz Goings.
My name is Liz Goings. Actually, a Mullen was I've been here since 1974. Went to the old Columbus School, went to Chemeketa and got my nursing degree. I currently work at DaVita Dialysis, and just wanted to, I used to live over by Evergreen and live in a trailer, and I really was interested in endorsing getting stores and gas stations.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second. If your comments are about the public hearing that's going to be coming up, then I would ask you to save your comments and come back. There will be
Okay.
another chance for public comment specific to that hearing briefly.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next, I have someone that wants to talk about sidewalks, but they did not fill out their first or last name.
We have somebody in the gallery that would like to offer some testimony that, no? Anybody else in the gallery that hasn't had a chance to testify that would like to? Please join us. If you'll, when you get to the table, please state your name and address for the record before you begin. We would appreciate it.
I'm Carol Joa. My address is 1501 Southwest Baker Street, number 40, McMinnville, Oregon. And that form was probably me, and I probably didn't fill it out correctly. I'm sorry. I am an employee at Juliet's house, and it's already been addressed, but I no longer feel safe going into work on the weekends or after hours, knowing that there are people living very close in the area. One night they were throwing knives at the trees, and I personally do not feel safe going into my job. And I feel sorry for these people, but I need to be able to feel safe in going into my job, my place of employment. So, and I'm happy to help however I can to remedy this.
Thank you, Ms. Joya.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there any other public comment? Do we have anyone else signed up for public comment?
No, that was, oh.
Oh, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Matt Deppy. I live at 649 Northeast 11th Street here in Mac. I want to talk to you briefly about parking enforcement downtown. I know that the common quip and joke is that it is a revenue source for somebody or something, but I know better. It's a tool to encourage long-term parkers outside of the downtown area. And so I want to encourage you all and city staff to find a path for consistent parking enforcement downtown, if and when possible, so that we can get accurate information about how many parking spots are available during the times that it's restricted, especially as we hear more and more comments, public comments against particular developments that should or shouldn't be happening because of parking issue downtown. I know without that enforcement, it's common for downtown employees to park in that area. So the more that we can encourage them to park outside of that, the better idea we have of what our current rules allow us and how frequently there are open spots. And if we need to lower those hours on some of those spots so that those that do want a brief stop downtown have a higher chance of an available parking spot. So whatever that path looks like, just encourage you to work together in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Debbie. Is there anyone else in the gallery this evening that would like to provide public comment to the City Council? Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to provide public comment to the City Council this evening? Is there anybody on the phone that would like to provide public comment? Okay. We'll now begin a public hearing regarding the consideration of a Planning Commission recommendation of adopting the 3 Mile Lane Area Plan as a supplemental document to the City of McMinnville Comprehensive Plan and amending the Comprehensive Plan, Volume 2, Chapter 6, Transportation System, to add a proposal to amend the Comprehensive Plan Map and Transportation System Plan consistent with the 3 Mile Lane Area Plan. This is docket G721. Tonight, we will continue the public hearing for the consideration of adopting the 3 Mile Lane Area Plan as a supplemental document to the McMinnville Comprehensive Plan and amend, this comes to us as a recommendation from the Planning Commission. Sorry, I was about to repeat the same paragraph twice, but I figured you all got it the first time. I want to thank everyone who's joined this public hearing for their participation. Oregon Land Use Goal number 1 is citizen participation. The intent of that goal is to provide an opportunity for citizens to participate in the land use decision-making process. The order of procedure for tonight's hearings are set out in detail in our city code. In brief, we will start with a staff report. Next, the public will be asked to provide testimony. I will ask everyone who signed up in advance to testify first in the order in which they signed up. Then I will ask if anyone present at the Civil Hall would like to testify, and then I will ask anyone who's on the Zoom meeting who has not testified but may like to do so. After people testify, councilors may pose questions to the mayor to be addressed to the person who testified or to staff to clarify any information that was conveyed in the testimony. Once the City Council has heard from everyone and the City Council is satisfied with it has all the information it needs to render a decision, the City Council will then close the public hearing, deliberate amongst themselves, and announce the decision. We wish to hear from everyone who wants to testify. However, we request that you refrain from repeating testimony that's already been given by somebody else. If you agree with what someone before you has said, but you want to ensure you have legal standing in the public record, please provide your testimony indicating that you concur with what has previously been said. This evening, we've extended public testimony to 5 minutes, and it will be limited to 5 minutes as well. We will time the testimony and provide you with a warning before closing your comments. Since this is a legal process for considering a land use decision, we need you to state your name and address for the public record so that you can receive written notice of the City Council's final decision. Does anyone wish to object to the jurisdiction of the City Council to hear this matter? Okay, and I would like to call on Planning Director Heather Richards to give a presentation of the proposal.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilors. And before I do that, I just wanted to indulge me for 1 minute, but I wanted to share the reason we have public testimony during the public hearing process is actually something that's spelled out for us in state law. We're trying to encourage more people to participate and provide dialogue, and I recognize it's hard to do so if you're not used to doing so, and there have been a couple of times when people have come in and gotten up during the comments section of the agenda to provide that testimony. So bear with us. We're thrilled that you're here, and we want to hear from you, but we have a structure that we have to follow for that. So. Sorry about that. Apparently I wanted to static myself onto the screen several times. So what I'm trying to do tonight is provide a brief synopsis of what the plan is, answer the questions you had from the last meeting, and then you asked me to bring representatives from both ODOT and our transportation consultants here to answer your more specific transportation questions, so they will be part of the staff report. I know that some of my slides will be repetitive. What I try to do is for anybody who hasn't been here is just provide a baseline so that they can participate in a fully informed way. So bear with me on that. Okay, my apologies for that. My computer updated recently and everything looks a little different to me, so trying to work through that. This is a continuance of a public hearing. This is your third hearing in this regard for this continuance. The study area itself is about 1,300 acres. We got a lot of comments about wanting to see bigger maps, so we did provide that at the front when you walked in. I hope you have that available to you if you wanted to see it. But really, it's an area that's in our southeastern side of the city. It's across the Yamhill River Bridge. And we asked the questions for this study area of how can this area best serve McMinnville now and into the future. Our planning horizon is 2021 to 2041. 2041 is an expectation of about 45,000 people in population, so that's what the discussion was for. And the second piece of that was, does our current comprehensive plan actually support that vision? Because what's the mechanics we need to put in place to support the vision? And then how does that future vision impact the state and local transportation system? Because we are talking about frontage that is on both the north side and south side of Highway 18 in McMinnville. We've gotten a lot of testimony about, we don't want to bring that land into the city and develop it, especially the land that's on the south side of Highway 18 that's currently being farmed. I want to let people know up front, it's all in the city limits and it's already zoned for development. So the question isn't if a matter of if it will develop it. If it will develop, we're really asking the question of how it will develop to serve McMinnville moving forward. It's the consideration for the public hearing is 2 comprehensive plan amendments adopting the 3-mile lane area plan and its 5 appendices as a supplemental document to the comprehensive plan. And then also doing a text amendment to the comprehensive plan that says we will then follow up with amending our comprehensive plan map and transportation system plan as we do that analysis so that it's consistent with the adopted 3-mile lane area plan. The plan itself is 50 pages, so it's not very long in the planning world, and it's fairly easy to read. So if you're interested in that, I encourage people to read it. And we do have an updated plan dated July 26, 2022, because we're bringing some amendments to you tonight based on the public testimony City Council has received. There's some confusion about what an area plan is. An area plan is a guiding document. It's a high-level vision. So we're actually not amending we're not doing any map changes in terms of a comprehensive plan map amendment or a zone change or anything like that. This is just saying this is how we want to see this land move forward to serve the community, and it has guiding principles that will help us as we do further, more specific planning processes in this part of the city. It was developed by community members. We had a project advisory committee that worked on this for about 4 years, comprised of community stakeholders, and then we did a variety of different public engagement and outreach. And the map that's the final map for this plan, it was literally drawn in several different charrettes by our community members when we put maps on the table and gave them markers and said, what would you like to see happen here? There's been some discussion about what the public engagement record is, so we are submitting that into the public record in terms of the different engagement that we did do with our outreach to the community and how we outreach to the community. Ironically, it's been questioned by some, and at the end of this process, many of us said this was one of the better public planning processes that we've been involved in here in McMinnville. So we're doing the best we can. We thought we did a good job with the public engagement, and the record is there for you as part of that. The 3 Mile Lane Area Plan is the result of hundreds of hours of community volunteer time. It's hundreds of hours of technical expertise. The Project Advisory Committee is comprised of a technical advisory committee, which is staff and consultants, staff from both ODOT and the city, and our consultant team that was chosen for this. And then the community volunteer time is both the Project Advisory Committee and the public that came out to participate in the different efforts that we had. Throughout the process, we would come back into a public engagement and say, refine the ideas. This is what the Project Advisory Committee is talking about. What do you think? We did surveys in that regard. We did a town hall, and we did more design charrettes. The draft was presented to the Planning Commission. They voted to recommend it to City Council for adoption, and City Council is the final decision-making body. There are 5 goals in this plan: economic development, a cohesive land use plan, transportation, aesthetics and design, and residential quality of life. And I want to point out that the goals are not in priority order, even though we call them goal 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They are all considered equal goals, and that's actually some language that we're recommending as an amendment to the plan for tonight. The process developed a final land use vision for this area, and it's meant to meet some of McMinnville's future needs in that 20-year planning horizon. It has affordable housing in it with the intention of high-density housing. It also has, it's meant to meet the need of good jobs with a innovation center concept that's in here, which is an industrial campus that's adjacent to the airport that has access to Highway 18. That's about a 160-acre site. There's also the responding to the need for more commercial options with a recommendation for a mixed-use town center. That mixed-use town center is meant to be a walkable retail center with shops, restaurants, entertainment, offices, lodging, parks, and open space. And it's meant to be designed in such a way that it reflects McMinnville's unique charm with very specific design standards. There's also the healthcare campus to allow for expansion around the hospital for the next 20 years to support the medical industry as baby boomers start to age. We're going to see everyone expects to see an uptick in the need for healthcare, and then the ability for that healthcare to locate around the hospital is important. So we identified that healthcare campus to do so. We also spent a lot of time talking about open spaces and trails and bike ped connectivity to parks and amenities of that nature in this area. There's 2 great parks that border this area, Airport Park and Joe Dancer Park, and we wanted to make sure there was connection to those 2 parks for the people who live and work in this area. It is 1,300 acres, so there's a lot of trail discussions as well. And the last piece is tourism. This is the gateway to our community. We are located in a tourism vicinity for the Willamette Valley. And already we have a major tourist attractor in McMinnville in this area, which is the museums, the old Evergreen campus with the water park, Space Museum, and Aviation Museum. And then there's also an identified tourist commercial site as well. So we looked at the community vision that the Project Advisory Committee came up with. We then looked at the comprehensive plan, and we identified where changes needed to take place to support the vision. It's actually not a lot of change. It's 3 sites. that we've identified as 1, 2, and 3 there. It equates to about 79 acres in total, and equates to about 48.5 acres of what we call buildable land. And so that puts it in perspective in terms of the study area being 1,340 acres. And that's important as we talk through the impact of this vision to the highway system. We'll walk through that, but in terms of scale for this study area, it's relatively small changes of acreage. We brought all this land use vision to the City Council on August 13, 2019. We provided a presentation and said, this is the land use plan that's come out of this process for the last 2 years. We then asked for final direction on that land use plan before we embarked on the traffic analysis. That was the second part of the project. We wanted to understand that the land use plan reflected where we wanted to go before we made those investments in the traffic analysis. And both ODOT and the consultant can talk through what that analysis looks like, but we updated the transportation model for McMinnville, and then we ran several scenarios. The transportation plan that came out of that was, we asked the question, can this vision be supported by the transportation system as planned for this area? So there's a 1996 Oregon Highway 18 corridor refinement study for this area. It spells out the transportation improvements that will occur over time as growth occurs. And it also spells out sort of the tests for when to decide how to move to the next phase of transportation improvements. So this plan follows that plan and to the 2041 build out. It also maintains Highway 18 as a state expressway and freight route. There's been a lot of discussions about that and maintaining the bypass. The highway is actually classified as a state expressway and freight route. There's state adopted standards for how that highway functions, and this plan meets those standards. It optimizes the 2 existing signal intersections that are out there today. So those exist today, and they're about 3,700 feet apart from each other. So oftentimes when we look at this map, they feel like they're closer together than they actually are. The spacing standards for intersections on state expressways is also a standard in the statewide highway plan. It tells us how far apart they need to be at a minimum. It closes more local access roads and installs a new controlled intersection at Cirrus Avenue. That's important because the access roads are conflict points, and we want to have controlled access onto the highway, so that creates more safety in the eastern side of this facility, and that follows that 1996 plan, which has that recommended in it as well. And then it also focuses on the need for frontage roads, because the frontage roads is where we want the local traffic to be, and also creates bicycle and pedestrian opportunities as well. So in terms of the Highway 18 and the functionality, I was thinking about this over the weekend and trying to figure out, we've gotten into a lot of different weeds in the discussion of traffic analysis, and I felt like there's something critical missing, and I couldn't put my finger on it. But over the weekend, I was thinking about it. I think there's a misunderstanding about what this plan does relative to the highway versus what will happen just with our existing plan that we have in place today. So this is what we do know. We know that Highway 18 is going to carry more traffic in the future than it does today, whether the 3-mile lane area plan is adopted or not. We know that. We also know that the transportation improvements identified or similar improvements like them will need to be constructed, whether the 3-mile lane area plan is adopted or not. And we know that the state adopted performance metrics for Highway 18 are maintained. So I think a lot of people think the congestion will come because of what's envisioned in this 3-mile lane area plan. And I think there's a lot of people who think that the improvements identified in the plan are only being identified in a result of what's being recommended in the 3-mile lane area plan as the changes. And that's actually not true. And so I think that's the piece we might be missing. So when you look at Highway 18 and functionality, we talk about it from a perspective of access and mobility. We study that from what we call VC ratios, and the transportation teams will go over that in more detail, and they answer Councilor Geary's questions, and we provide that as part of the record. But that's our measure for, is it performing? That's also the same measure that was originally adopted in that 1996 plan as well. And so when we measured the highway in terms of how it's performing, we measured it in 2018. And at that time, it was performing at those intersections at 0.62 out of the 0.80, so measuring underneath the threshold, and 0.56 at the two signalized intersections. So that's where we measure the VC ratio, and that the intersections are Norton Lane and Cumulus Avenue. So that's the 2018. We do it based on the peak hour, PM peak hour, that's evening peak hour, and that's the basis of the 30th busiest hour of the year. I don't know why that's chosen, but that's where we're at. So we're not looking at the course of the day during noontime. We're trying to pick a busy hour in which to do the analysis. So here's the important piece. We then look at what will it look like built out till 2041, that's our planning horizon, with the existing comprehensive plan designations. So moving forward, if it's built out and we don't do a thing today in terms of adopting the 3-mile lane area plan, what's going to happen to Highway 18? And that performance on Highway 18 and Norton Lane goes to 0.74, and the performance at Cumulus Avenue goes to 0.63, and that is with the improvements identified in the plan. So those improvements are needed to get to that level just for the existing development that's currently planned in our comprehensive plan for this area. Then if you amend the plan in terms of those 3 comprehensive plan amendments to support the vision, then those two numbers are changing from 0.74 to 0.76 and from 0.63 to 0.64. So the change, that 0.02 and 0.01 change, is not creating the transportation improvement projects that are in the plan. It's also not creating that great delta of change in terms of number of vehicle trips on Highway 18 in 2041. That's happening with natural growth based on the development plan that exists today without adopting the 3-mile lane area plan. This is the Highway 18 Corridor Refinement Plan. This is what was put together in 1996. The long play for Highway 18 is to have an overpass or an interchange at the intersection of Cumulus Avenue. So Cumulus Avenue is where you would, right now, is where the stoplight is, where you would take a north turn into the Evergreen Museum campus. And then on the south side is the grain silo without an improved street there. So the intention is that will be a full interchange, and that will shut down the intersection at Norton. So that signal goes away. You no longer get off the highway there. That will go away entirely. The access points you have to get off the highway to go to McMinnville are at Cumulus, and then at that full interchange that exists today down there by the Yamhill River Bridge. So we're not there yet. The growth is not demanding those types of improvements yet to shut down the intersection at Norton and to build this full interchange at Cumulus. It will happen eventually, but we don't know when because we're continuing to manage the growth. And one of the reasons it's not needed yet is because, quite frankly, McMinnville hasn't grown as much as was anticipated in 1996, nor has as much land that's in this study area come into the city for development that was anticipated in 1996. The red lines are UGB, the colored areas is everything that was anticipated to be developed when this plan was put together. So eventually it will happen as growth occurs, but we don't expect it to happen before 2041. The commercial rezone that's identified in the plan, that retail center with the mixed-use town center, has become the most controversial element of this plan. The recommendation is for 40 to 60 acres. That's the language in the plan. 33 net acres is what we set aside as developable land because there was the anticipation that working with the property owners, even though the interchange is not needed right now, we want to set aside the land for the interchange so that people aren't building on that land and we have to buy it with improvements when it is needed. So that's a proactive place to get in front of that and say, let's not build on that land so that we can use it for the interchange in the future at a less expensive rate of acquisition. So it's become the most controversial, and I would say you're hearing a lot of different views on this and interests and requests from the community as to what should happen here. There are some who want to allow for the opportunity for a commercial retailer on this site, like Costco, Fred Meyer, or Target to develop in town. I would tell you, we sent out that mailer. I fielded about 150 phone calls, and people are calling and saying, I'd like this to happen. Can you pick this type of retailer? I share with them that that's great to share that with me. They really need to be calling you, and I'm hoping they were, because I can just convey that, but you need to hear that as city council. But it was interesting to hear them talk about who they wanted. I always tell people the city doesn't choose tenants. We choose land uses. And so we can say a grocery store can occur there, but we can't say we want this grocery store over that grocery store. That's a private development choice. There are some who do not want any big box retail and would like to see any future retail on this site limited in size. There are some who want to see a grocery store, a gas station, and some smaller retail services that would serve the residential neighborhoods in the area, but keep it at that. There are some who only want retail that serves the surrounding industrial campus, so i.e., create an industrial campus, not a commercial zone, and have some restaurants there to serve the employees. There are some who do not want any retail at all to occur in this area, additional retail on this particular site. And there are some that believe that the Innovation Center, that industrial campus of 160 acres, will not occur unless the commercial development is allowed, because it will pay for the infrastructure costs necessary for that industrial land to develop. And if the private side doesn't pay for it, then there will be a public ask to pay for that infrastructure for the industrial development. The Project Advisory Committee's recommendation was a mixed-use town center. And they were very intentional and thoughtful when they were putting this recommendation together, because they understood that there isn't consensus in this community and there's a lot of fears about what would happen. And they wanted to make sure that what happens here serves the community, but serves in a very thoughtful way. So they talked about a mixed-use town center that offers gathering spaces, walkable streets, more dining options than your typical strip suburban developments, and that would be a couple of anchor retailers, and then complement that with smaller retailers, entertainment venues, hotels, and offices. There is even a diagram in the plan that speaks to a grid system of streets, so we can get away from the big, vast parking lots and developments of that nature, and really get into something that is more complex, that would fit in with a campus of the Industrial Innovation Center, and also be a design asset for McMinnville, for people on Highway 18 passing through town. So why that recommendation? In the public process that was undertaken, more commercial amenities was identified as a priority. So we heard from people saying we would like more commercial options in McMinnville. That's that whole discussion of I would like a Costco, Fred Meyer, or Target. And then we also had done a market analysis that showed that there was retail leakage occurring. So people were spending dollars elsewhere. And we, through the anecdotes, had heard that people were driving elsewhere into surrounding communities to spend those dollars to get things they couldn't get here in McMinnville. And so there was a discussion of, can we reduce vehicular trips and also reduce greenhouse gas emissions? There's also a lot of discussion about the need for a grocery store in this area, because it's a food desert for the residential neighborhoods. And then that industrial side. If we want industrial development to occur on that site, it's been in the city for 40 years. It's been a large industrial site for 40 years. It's been promoted by the state. We've toured a lot of industrial developers on that site, and it hasn't penciled out. You don't see a lot of industrial development adjacent to expressways. They don't need that visibility to be successful. Commercial development does. And so it's prime real estate at a prime real estate cost that industrial development really doesn't need, and it also pencils them out. Industrial development doesn't have the lease rates that you can capture from commercial development, so they're working with a lot lesser margin. The public testimony concerns we've heard is that McMinnville needs more retail choices. Many residents are driving out of town to shop. McMinnville has enough retail right now, and for that future population of 45,000, you can find everything you need in McMinnville. Big box retail, large format retail is not appropriate for McMinnville. Giving up industrial lands will give up high-paying jobs, and additional retail will lead to congestion on Highway 18. So that's kind of a broader summary of the testimony that you've heard as council going through this. We've had a lot of discussion about big box retail. And as we start to get further into this, there's questions as to how do we define big box. There's fear of big box in McMinnville. Is big box defined by size? Is big box defined by building form? So do we just don't like those big rectangular buildings, because that we can address with design? What size actually defines something as big box? There actually isn't an industry classification, and if you talk to people, everyone has a different sense as what is considered a big box in terms of size. A lot of people define big box by brand name. So this brand is a big box store, that brand's a big box store. And if the brand name big box is actually smaller than what we think is a big box, does that mean it's no longer a big box? So the question is it brand or size? The retail leakage that we saw in our market analysis that was done by Leland Consulting Group was about $205 million annually. What you see as the red bars is the leakage. The numbers next to it is a approximate amount per year. You see the largest amount in general merchandise there, and then a variety of other specialties like sporting goods, clothing, and accessories. The question was asked by City Council at the last meeting is how much of that $205 million annually that's been identified of retail leakage is online? So how much money are people spending online in terms of leakage? We did the research as staff and to find out what the industry standards were for the time that the analysis was done, and then actually what they are today, because there's been a lot of dialogue of people have changed their shopping habits during COVID, and will those changes be permanent changes for us moving forward? So at the time of the analysis, the standard in the industry was of retail leakage that 11% of that is online e-commerce spending. So that was from 2019. Then during COVID, it went up to 16%. And then it's interesting, they're doing studies now in 2022 as people are returning to stores that it's starting to migrate down again to 12 to 13%. And we provided you with an article that had some of that information in it. You don't see a lot of articles about 2022 in terms of online e-commerce, because I think we're still collecting that data and trying to understand that. At the same time, I reached out to Leland Consulting Group, who was our consultant on this process, to ask them the question. They had already been asked the question by one of the property owners who's involved in this, and so they got back to me saying that it's about a conservative place to say in terms of what happened with COVID, and where we could be right now is 15 to 20% if you want to take a high road on that one for online shopping. There's also been a lot of discussion of how do you prove it's bricks and mortar leakage, and it's frightening to say that data exists. There's a lot of data collected from us by our cell phones and other activities. And so the market area is bigger than McMinnville. That was in the retail analysis. We are the largest city in the county. We serve as a retail center for the smaller communities around us, so like Amity and Dayton and Carlton and Lafayette come into McMinnville to shop. But I asked them the question of what about specific to the city of McMinnville itself, so residents in the city of McMinnville. So the 3 of the larger retailers were chosen to look at, so this is just a sampling. And so this one is Target, and so they were able to identify in the last 12 months, so July 1 to 2021 to July 1, 2022, McMinnville residents have made 101,500 visits to 3 different Targets, one in Kaiser, Salem, and Sherwood. So people are traveling to these other communities to shop at Target. And then the market area is a larger area that's doing that as well. For Fred Meyer, households within the city of McMinnville accounted for 106,000 visits to the Fred Meyer in Newburgh in the last 12 months. And then for Costco, this was surprising. Costco was actually less than those 2 retailers. The Costco numbers are 70,000 visits in the last 12 months to the Costcos that are in Wilsonville, Salem, and Tigard. So this didn't include the Hillsborough Costco. So that's showing that people are driving to other communities to shop, and that's just 3 sample stores of where they are shopping. And I'm sure if we asked for it, we could get more information. And then there was a question asked at the public open house that we did on Monday, July 18th, of is $205 million of retail leakage annually in this market area, is that normal? What's the context for that in terms of other similar market areas? So that question was asked of Leland Consulting Group as well. They got back with a statement saying that meaningful comparisons to a normal level of leakage would be difficult to make, requiring extensive matching of an array of complex regional demographic and transportation data. They also stated that growing cities typically evolve to become more complete cities over time, with leakage decreasing over time, and efforts to recapture leakage through new development is the expected standard practice for growing cities. So as cities grow, more commercial options come into the community. You have 2 different sets of slides that were added to the record and sent to you, I think 2 nights ago, that have the information for both the market area and for the city of McMinnville specifically, and that's all been updated on our website as well. Friends of Yamhill County has also provided some information about retail leakage. They have provided some information that comes from the census data, and this is what we call pull factor information. So this is the expected annual retail sales per capita. McMinnville's doing well relative to the communities around us, and also for the state and national averages in terms of the amount of money that's spent per capita in McMinnville. It's not placer data like the other data was, which was specific to households. This is just saying the gross sales divided by the number of people here. This is how much money is being spent in McMinnville, and it could have some tourism dollars in there as well. But our retail sector that we do have is healthy. The dollars are being spent here. The question really is, you have a sales gap analysis, so we're showing that there are residents that are buying and shopping elsewhere for types of amenities that have been identified. And so at the local level, we make the decision as to what's acceptable in terms of those retail gaps. And we make the decision based on providing the access to the citizens for those provisions, and reducing vehicular trips, and then also the piggyback leakage that takes place. So if you're going to another community to shop, let's pretend Fred Meyer was the largest one. So let's pretend you're going to Newburgh to shop at Fred Meyer, that maybe you're then hitting other stores along the way. You asked the question of City Council asked a question about retail size in terms of what's the different retail sizes in McMinnville that we currently have. The largest store is Lowe's at 170,000 square feet. And this is calculated on the building footprint in its entirety. So it includes all the different mechanical rooms and everything else as well. So this 170,000 square feet for Lowe's. Walmart is in at 118,000 square feet, and then Winco at 85, and most of the grocery stores are somewhere around 40 to 50,000 square feet. You asked a question about Fred Meyer in Newburgh. That's about 180,000 square feet. And then in Sherwood, Target is 140, and the Walmart in Sherwood is 153,000. When talking about retail and retail sizes in the industry, I shared that there isn't really a classification called big box, but there are different types of retailers offered. So the larger retailers are generally the ones that offer both general merchandise and full groceries. So if you think of the Walmart model, the Walmart has a supercenter which offers full general merchandise and full grocery store, and that's their larger store, so that they are typically 150 to 250,000 square feet, and the average is 180. Then they have stores which generally just offer general merchandise with a little bit of groceries associated with it. That's the one we have here in McMinnville. Those are called discount stores, and they are anywhere between 30 and 121,000 with an average of 105,000 square feet. So it's the offering within the facility that's critical, and typically it seems to be falling between whether there's a full grocery store associated with it or not. There's also specialty retailers, such as Home Depot in terms of home improvements, and they are averaging about 128,000 square feet. But we tried to provide you what the sort of standards are for the different brand names. So there's been some discussing size relative to a commercial development here. And so our recommendation to you as you're discussing the size of a development, that there's two questions to ask. One is the question, does the community not want to have commercial larger than a certain size throughout the whole community? So we're now making a community value discussion saying we don't want retailers of this size in our community, and so we're going to create a size cap, and that size cap is applied across the whole community. And Ashland has done that. They have a size cap of 45,000 square feet. But it's across their whole community. Or when you talk about size constraints, does the site itself have specific amenities on it that require some constraint in size? So oftentimes that's transportation or it's topography or something like that, but the site itself is limiting in terms of the size of the development that can occur there. And then that site-specific size cap is for all development that occurs on that site. And the reason why we're recommending, when talking about that, is to think of it that way, is you cannot target a specific property without a factual basis. So you can't identify, we don't want this to happen on this property, without having a real reason for why you don't want it to happen on that property. And it needs to be a transparent reason that you would apply across the board. I would suggest to you the commercial site, the most controversial discussion, is at this point really a policy decision for you in terms of what McMinnville wants moving forward. There's been a lot of discussion about the 40-acre commercial site, if it's needed or not needed to support McMinnville's current and future needs generally. And there's been discussion of, do we just have it for the residential neighborhoods, or do we need it to stimulate that industrial development? But it meets the standards, it meets the covenants of the law. It's really, right now, it's a policy decision of community value. In the plan itself, there are implementation recommendations, so we have a variety of policies in there which talk through what we want to see happen here. It's not specific in terms of code language. The implementation is to write the code language to meet these policies as the next step. We have an overlay district for this area. The recommendation is to go into that overlay district and write the different standards that we want to put in there to reflect these policies that are in this guidance document. We did look at the recommended plan amendments that came in through public testimony. So with public testimony, we look at it to see what specific language recommendations are made. We received 3 of those, really. We received them in comments from Steve Iverson, Kathleen McKinney, and from Friends of Yamhill County. We went through those. We've provided you with a document of our recommended amendments based on that. And the lens we made for that decision making was, does the recommendation clarify what the project advisory committee was intending to do, or reinforces the data that's in the analysis? Because that feels like it's not making a policy change. As staff, we didn't feel comfortable making those recommendations to you. And then if it was a substantive policy change, we decided to wait on direction from City Council as how you want to proceed with that. There was a recommendation for neighborhood activity centers from Friends of Yamhill County. Most of the recommendations from Friends of Yamhill County in terms of language we thought were good ones and pushed forward in the plan document. But the neighborhood activity center one was one that we saw was a substantive change in policy. There's a lot of discussion about, implement that program that we put together with the MUP and put it into this area. We agree. We think there's 2 areas where it could take place, which is the 2 mixed-use neighborhood areas. We don't think either of them are big enough to actually meet the standards of the code. The code's really specific in terms of size and standards and things like that. We don't think it's big enough to actually meet it, but we put language in the code saying these areas should be developed in such a way that they meet the intention of a neighborhood activity center. The Friends of Yamhill County recommendation is to change the retail center site into a neighborhood activity center site. Neighborhood activity centers are dependent upon adjacency, high-density residential development. That's the premise behind them. And we are not recommending residential development for this particular area of the study area because of its proximity to the airport and also its proximity to the flight paths. You do have a letter from the Oregon Department of Aviation that also doesn't recommend it, that was submitted today, and we sent it to you, and we're entering it into the record tonight, that talks through why their concerns are about locating residential there. And then the Airport Commission also discussed it at their Airport Commission meeting, and they left us with the direction of we do not want to see residential in that area either. So where we're at in the process, there's been 2 public hearings at the Planning Commission. They made a recommendation to you. You're in your 3rd public hearing for this. We said after June 14th, let's get out and do more public engagement. How do we get more people involved, let them know about this conversation? We sent out a postcard mailing to invite people to be part of the discussion. I'm going to say right up front, neither Noel or I anticipated how small it was going to be or how difficult it was going to be to read, so we apologize. But people have been very gracious. They really appreciate that the effort was made to reach out to them and for them to get involved in the process. And I have been having lots of wonderful discussions with residents in our community that don't normally participate in our public hearing processes, so that's great.
My son-in-law was one of those, by the way. Thank
What's
you.
that?
My son-in-law was one of those. He got the card, came down here on his own. He missed a pool night with the family to come down here and be a part of that.
We're cool too. So we had 2 virtual public information sessions, and then we had a public open house here in this facility. Our goal in all those information sessions was just to share with people what the plan recommendations are, what the dialogues are around the plan, and how they can get involved and participate. For those people, I will tell you there's a lot of people not comfortable in a public hearing environment. I got a lot of phone calls where people wanted to share with me their comments, but they didn't want to put it in the record for scrutiny, and they didn't feel comfortable coming down here and testifying. So somehow I think we need to figure that piece out, because that's understandable. But people do want to engage and be part of the discussion, which is the great outcome of that. This is the public testimony we received up until June 14th. We identify it by agencies, by people who live within the city, and people who don't live within the city, and then people who don't provide their address. And then I wanted to show this. This is, everything in red is new testimony from people that have not testified before. So that's indicative of the fact that we're actually reaching more people, and that was our goal with the mailing, so that's good. I will say there was some testimony about some of our economic development groups not being aware of the decision to recommend rezoning 40 acres of industrial land to commercial land. And I wanted to point out that actually that very recommendation went into our UGB process. So the 3 Mile Lane Area Plan decision for the land use was done in August 13, 2019, came to you for confirmation, then we did the transportation analysis. We didn't actually move forward on the UGB or even know we were responding to the remand for the UGB until February of 2020. And then at some point in time, when we realized that there was commercial land deficit, that it'd be good land use efficiency to recommend this 40-acre rezone, we put that into the recommendations. That moved forward publicly on October 13th, 2020, and went through all these different public information sessions and public hearings. We reviewed the testimony for that to see if, people were caught off guard or people were concerned about it at that time when we were going through the process. There isn't testimony reflecting not supporting that. And there is testimony in that UGB process from both MEDP, McMinnville Economic Development Partnership, and MIP, McMinnville Industrial Promotions, supporting the premise of the 40-acre rezone for the commercial land to support the industrial development behind it. So that is in the record. There are a lot of transportation questions, so we have lined up Andrew Mortensen from David Evans and Associates to provide you with some information. And then ODOT has a team here tonight to also provide you with some information. They each have about 10 minutes that they want to visit with you about some things. They've been coordinating together on who plays what role in that discussion. The ODOT team is Naomi Swerdling, who is the Planning and Development Review Manager for Region 2, Michael Duncan, who is the Senior Region Planner for the TGM program, which was our funder for this, and Michael is also the project manager for this project. Dan Fricke, who is the Senior Transportation Planner for Region 2, and then Ariel Ferber, who is the Region 2 Traffic Analysis Engineer. So they've all been part of this process, they've all reviewed the plan, and they want to share with you their thoughts and answer your questions that you had relative to that. So I'm here if you have questions for me, otherwise I'll turn it over to the transportation gurus.
If any counselors have questions of staff at this time, and knowing that there might be many, I'm going to ask counselors to limit it to 2 questions, and then we'll cycle back around just so everybody has an opportunity. And before you jump on the mic too quickly down there, Council President Garvin did have something earlier and held his question, so I'm going to start with him. Council President.
Heather, it was back in your transportation slides, you were showing the interchange that is in the plan for where the Springs, the silo and Evergreen is. You said that's already in the plan, and I was curious what the funding mechanism is for that, and has ODOT commented on if we hit the .80 before 2041 or 45, whatever year that was, is there money set aside and earmarked for that, or are we just in the queue with all the metro projects and the Columbia River Bridge and everything else the state has in the queue?
So that's a better question for ODOT, and they're prepared to answer that because I shared with them that that's been a question circulating in the community. I will share with you, when I asked the question of them, they said that's then a local project. A local project means we're paying for it because it's not warranted within the state system right now based on this analysis. But to ask them the question of what triggers it to become a warranted project where it then becomes part of the state system in terms of their analysis, that's a great question to ask them, and they can walk you through that.
Okay, and then a few slides before that, maybe 5 or 10 slides, you're going through kind of what triggers a roundabout, and what I was hearing was if we do nothing, it's basically already in there that ODOT would put a roundabout in.
So the Cirrus Avenue recommendation is an intersection or a roundabout. If you remember when we came to you in 2021 with the final presentation, City Council as a body was not thrilled with the roundabout discussion. And so we then talked about it internally, and it's only recently that we actually changed it to signal or roundabout, but that is reflecting the city's concerns. I think it's a great question for ODOT to talk to them about that too, because there's been a lot of dialogue as to how does freight navigate a roundabout. ODOT has a system. They have a committee that's comprised of freight representatives that review their projects and plans and provides feedback on that sort of stuff, and this will have to go through that when this transportation improvement is identified as needed and warranted. But the intention behind it is to have a controlled intersection where all these local access points that are now hitting the highway can actually access the highway and not in uncontrolled situations, if that makes sense.
And to have on-ramps and off-ramps or fish hooks, you don't get that until you're at the next level of street at .9 or whatever that number is.
Yep. And they can walk you through all the different types of improvements in that regard and why they choose one over another.
And are they here tonight, or are they going to be on Zoom, or?
They're here tonight. The ODOT folks are all on Zoom, and then Andrew Mortensen from DEA is here in person.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Geary.
No questions, thanks.
Councilor Chenoweth.
I just actually wanted to clarify. I said pool party, not cool party.
Cool, and I thought we were cool.
Just wanted to clarify that. And I also wanted to give a shout out, if I can do this really quick. Being an IT guy, I understand what it's like to be under the pressure that our IT director was under a little bit ago. Scott Burke, we had, before you guys got here, we had another meeting, and the only sound we had was in the hallway. And this guy, in a record time, has gotten that fixed so that we actually have a working system in here. So I just wanted to give a shout out to him.
Thank you, Councilor Chenoweth. Thank you, Director Burke. Councilor Payne.
Thank you. My first question is, if this is approved or passes, what would prevent somebody from or interfere with somebody applying for a zone change to go back to industrial, or if not approved, back to, or changing from, well, the reverse. Hopefully that made sense. So going from commercial to industrial or industrial to commercial, since those are the two zonings on the table?
So I'll take a stab and Bill can follow up if my stab's wrong. So anybody has the right to apply for a rezone on any property, actually, in McMinnville. And then what we do is we review it relative to whether it meets our comprehensive plan policies and the test in our zoning ordinance. And then we create findings saying it does or it doesn't. And so if this plan is adopted, this 3 Mile Lane area plan is adopted as a community vision, it's not changing the comprehensive plan map amendment, but it is a statement saying that we would like to see commercial occur in this area. And so if someone came in, so it will remain industrial until it's rezoned. That's the first thing. But let's pretend it's rezoned and then someone comes in and says, no, we don't think that's the best thing. We think it should be industrial. We want to rezone it back to industrial. They then put together what we call a burden of proof, their argument why it should be industrial and why it meets our comprehensive plan policies, even though this vision's been adopted. And then you review that as city council for a final decision as well.
And I think that's a good explanation. The one thing I would add is that the way to think about this is it's an iterative process. You've got property that is currently zoned industrial, comprehensive plan designation industrial, and policies that support actually something different right now in terms of rezoning to commercial. And so if this were rezoned, well, the first thing that happens is you adopt the comprehensive plan saying this is our vision for the future and kind of setting policies. Comprehensive plan map has designations that sort of have, here's generally what we want. Zoning gets more specific, and then property actually gets developed. And each time you get a little more specific about what's happening. Nothing prevents you from going backwards and saying, actually our vision's a little different now and we want to change that. And so, you know, to the extent the comprehensive plan policies and the comp plan map support a different zoning than is on the property, it's pretty easy to get the zoning through. To the extent they want to change the zone to something that's inconsistent with the comp plan designation or comp plan map or comp plan policies, then you got to go back and change those before you get to the rezone. So, you know, it's all possible. It's a matter of how much work and what sort of support you need to do it. Does that help or confuse things?
It helps. Thank you. My other question is, there's been a lot of construction, and our reservoir is beautiful and full right now, but we're still headed toward worsening drought conditions. Can our water supply support this?
That's a great question, and thank you for that. So presumably, since it's in the city limits, we've already done master planning on how we serve all the land within the city limits for infrastructure and utilities, so water, wastewater, streets, and power. And so, you know, unless the situation of the reservoir changes dramatically, the water master plan should be able to support this development.
And I might expand on that a little bit as well. Currently, the McMinnville Water and Light has more water than it's actually able to sell, and water is being sold to outside communities currently, and there's a redundancy plan that's in development. So currently all the water comes from the Nestucca, it's all rainfall, and that fills McGuire, but there are current plans that will actually be bringing river water into the city as well. So I think it would be free to say that from the water side, there's definitely the capacity.
Unless it's like 200 acres of brewery production or something, some crazy use.
So I think we're ready to welcome our representatives from ODOT and DEA.
Sorry,
Oh, I'm
Remy.
sorry, Councilor Peralta. I apologize. Please.
No, that's fine. I apologize that I couldn't be there tonight, but I am grateful to be able to attend electronically. Let me lower my hand. Okay, so I had a couple of questions, Heather. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you and your staff and ODOT and et cetera for the amount of work that's gone into this plan. I really appreciate Heather, in particular with you, in these kind of high visibility, high pressure situations, even when you're, publicly criticized, you always respond, it seems to me, with grace and keeping things very professional. And I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the attention to detail in terms of responding to the multiple individual requests for changes that you've made. So I just had a couple of things that I haven't heard touched on. The first is kind of a small point, but it's important to me. Earlier in the previous hearing, I asked a question related to heritage trees, where basically the language in this plan says strive to protect, and we have a heritage tree policy that we'll be considering in the future. And my question is, would those, what I consider weaker standards in this plan related to tree protection, create a conflict with potentially future policies related to heritage trees?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and it shows the sort of relationship between the area planning process and then our specific code amendment process. And there are tree groves in this study area that have been identified by our analysis as heritage tree groves that we want to preserve. I think having the strive language in there allows you some flexibility as you move forward to create the code amendments that you want to create for here. But if I'm wrong, Bill, correct me on that. What we didn't want to do is hold the city's feet to the fire in terms of exactitudes on some of these things that are still being dialogued through a process, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, my fear is that, we adopt a stronger policy citywide, and then because we have this weaker language in this area plan, that weaker language, someone would just argue, well, clearly the intent of the council was to have this weaker plan for this area, or this weaker standard for this area. And so that's a concern for me related to this plan. That's the first concern. And if you have a response, great. And if not, I just want to put that on the record as a concern.
I think that's a great concern, and we can enter language into the plan that talks about that the overall comprehensive plan policies will be guiding, will be the guiding policy.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I would appreciate that to get to yes on this. And then a second question that I have is, I support the idea of rezoning the M2. I think you know the area that I'm referring to, the M2 designated zone to light manufacturing. But reading through the staff comments, it says that requires a separate process with additional findings. And it seems to me that in this case, it's kind of a it's kind of a sort of the equivalent of a place restriction, not so much an attempt to restrict, heavy manufacturing throughout the city. So given some of your other comments, I'm kind of curious to know, number one, how will that work with a separate process in terms of fitting in? And then, well, I'll take that response. I think that's clear enough.
Yeah. So this is what I had emailed you about, Bill, but there's about 700 acres of M2 land in the study area, and I think your question, Councilor Peralta, is how to rezone that land so doesn't have heavy industrial uses. My concern would be before we decide whether it's M1 or ML, we should look at those land uses to see to make sure that we're creating enough flexibility so that the vision can be realized for the Innovation Center. And then the second question would be, how do we go forward with that actual action outside of just a policy statement in this area plan? Is that what I understand?
Yeah.
I'm going to pitch it to you.
Yeah, as I understand it, it's relatively new to me. Is the question? As I understand it, it seems like it's an expansion of what the task was, and it's something that the city can do. The question is whether you want to do that now or do it in a separate process. It can be done either way.
Okay. And then the third question I have is I've kind of said a few times, sort of privately and in a few places publicly, that I'd like to see an optional residential overlay anywhere in the community where there's no clear guidance that residential is allowed, where, and where it's clearly not a situation where it's not practicable. So in this 1,300 acre plan, we've heard of a few areas that you mentioned where it's not practical to do residential because of the FAA requirements and the flight path and so on. Are there areas in the plan in this 1,300 acres that are not set up for residential that would be a legitimate target for that type of overlay? And then second question, I guess, is there a reason, I'm sure there's probably several reasons, but I'd be curious to hear some reasons not to try and facilitate increased residential in other zones where there's not a clear conflict, given the housing constraints that we're under, having basically gone 40 years without a UGB amendment. And so we're playing so much catch up right now. I feel like we really need to sort of unleash the creativity of these property owners, is my sense of it. So I'm curious, I'd just like to hear your response on that, Heather.
Yeah. So currently in McMinnville, residential development is allowed in all of our residential zones, obviously, with the R5 zone only allowing high density residential, and then our commercial zones allow the multifamily residential development for the most part. The tourism commercial I'd have to look at, I think there's like 5 acres of tourism commercial in this particular study area, and it's the only place where we have tourism commercial.
Can I interrupt, Heather? I just want to make sure I understood what you said. So you said right now in the city, any commercial area can be developed for residential in addition to commercial?
For some classifications of residential, we don't allow single-family residential unless it's already grandfathered in the C3 zone, but we allow higher density residential products. And then I'm not certain about the tourism commercial zone. With that said, what's interesting in McMinnville to me, and it's never actually been practiced yet, but we did have a developer try to do so, is in the planned development portion of the zoning ordinance, it says that any planned development can have 25% of its land in a use that's not an allowed use in the underlying zone unless it's heavy industrial. So that's to keep the incompatible use of heavy industrial from other uses. And so the way I interpret that is in the industrial zone, 25% of your land can be residential based on that provision if it's a planned development. Mm-hmm. And the Project Advisory Committee talked about that, and actually, if you see, I think there's a hatch mark on the preferred land use vision that has some industrial land that's south of the health campus, and there was some discussion of that being sort of a mixed-use, live-work type of amenity associated with the Innovation Center, if that was of some interest to that development. So there is an allowance to allow residential in industrial plan development. Now, in our industrial zoned land where the industrial park is today by Riverside, there's an overlay there that says residential can't be within 500 feet of anything that's a use allowed in the M2 zone, but not allowed in other zones, so heavy industrial.
All right, thank you. Any counselors with any additional questions for staff at this time, not for ODOT or DEA? No? Okay, great. We're going to take a 3-minute break, and when we come back, we'll welcome the representatives from ODOT and DEA. Thank you. It's 8:30, so we'll be back at 8:33.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, thank you. We would now like to welcome our representatives from ODOT and DEA to present to the council.
Yes, and Mayor, we're going to start with Andrew Mortensen from David Evans and Associates. I will be sharing my screen, and Andrew, if you can just direct me what you need me to do for you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me. Hopefully, we've been related some of the questions that you've raised in your past hearing, and we'd like to hopefully clarify some of those points for you. I'll start with 3 of the topics that were raised, and then part of our ODOT group will chime in on latter points as they're all attending the hearing online. One of the questions that you raised, all of these projects that you've identified in this plan, are they needed regardless of whether you commit to the rezone and the basis of the preferred land use plan compared to the comprehensive plan that exists today? And the simple answer for us is there's some slight nuances, but largely the set of transportation project improvements that provide capacity for vehicles, pedestrians, and bicyclists in the recommended transportation plan serve both land use plan options. And that's what we shared with both our Technical Advisory Committee and Citizens Advisory Committee. And that was our basis of understanding moving forward with making the final recommendations in the draft plan. That includes rehabilitating the existing interchange with a connection on Cirrus Avenue to the south side of Highway 18, a traffic signal at 3 Mile Lane and Cumulus, and a number of frontage roads to the east of Norton Lane that would provide local circulation and access for vehicles, pedestrians, and bicyclists. Not in this particular map, but in the preferred plan map that Heather, you had provided earlier in your presentation, and that map is in general form, probably about 4 slides down from this. In this slide deck, this was the information we were sharing with our advisory committees back in 2019. One more map, I think the very next set of slides, Heather, there should be, or maybe it's not there. You had here we go, right here. That was it. You just had it.
Oh, sorry. Bad driver.
So, actually, that's not it either. I'm so sorry. Can I take a look real quick?
Yes. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to let you there with you and play.
Just be careful, dude.
This isn't the recommended plan either, but it included a new roundabout or traffic signal at Cirrus Avenue. And real quick, why did that come about as part of the recommendation? And you can ignore the rest of this map. I'll get to this in another response to your questions. And that was because part of the plan direction that was adopted in the 1996 corridor plan was to provide full frontage road connectivity east and west, both the north and south side of Highway 18. And if we only provided a new interchange at Cumulus Avenue, we wouldn't provide appropriate safe and circulatory capacity for access east of there. So by removing some of the private roads on the south side at the Evergreen campus and consolidating those access points into a connection at Cirrus Avenue. We'd also be able to disconnect Loop Road, which is on the very eastern end of our study area. It's right on the eastern edge of the map, east of Old Stone Village. And with frontage road improvements on the north side of Highway 18, we could reduce the number of individual intersections along the corridor and provide a safer and better operational expressway facility on Highway 18, and also provide good east-west connectivity for local motorists, bicyclists, and pedestrians. And so that was the point of, coming up with that comprehensive list of projects, but we concluded that those improvements are essentially an affirmation of the 1996 corridor plan, and it was needed regardless of whether we stuck with the existing comprehensive plan designation of land uses within the 3 Mile Lane area, or included those 3 parcels within the study area suitable for rezoning that became part of the preferred land use alternative. So that was the conclusion that we reached as part of our technical analysis on, is there any difference in the list of project improvements that are necessary, whether or not we're anticipating adoption of a preferred land use plan or just staying with the existing comprehensive plan. So that was one, I think, point that the council had made that we wanted to report back to you. The second one, the costs of the frontage road improvements. If they're so important, why did we not include those cost estimates as part of the documentation of the 3 Mile Lane plan? We knew that on the north side, particularly in the Chemeketa campus area, there just needs to be more conversation with Chemeketa Community College to come together and decide whether or not there is a solution that could be made for providing a final connection from the dead end of the frontage road that's just east of Chemeketa, and bring that all the way through to Norton Lane. We had public meetings at Chemeketa College, and we were raising those questions and recognizing that that's a difficult issue, along with all of the public participants in that meeting, including Chemeketa community representatives. And we just felt we couldn't come to a final conclusion and could, adequately summarize a planning level cost estimate for that as part of the documentation of this area plan. The decision and recommendation was to take up that more detailed assessment and identify those costs so that they could be evaluated for a final inclusion in the city's TSP update that's to follow your action on this area plan. Similarly, on the south side, through the Evergreen Aviation Historic Campus, we're not exactly sure what the nature of that frontage road would look like, and we felt that the TSP could take up that effort and help better document what those costs were going to be. So it wasn't that we were afraid to put together cost estimates, it just they couldn't be accurate unless we conducted some additional evaluation. We felt that that was better placed in the TSP update, and that was our recommendation to summarize the documentation, of the 3 Mile Lane area plan. And then third, as I then let ODOT talk about some of your other or issues that you've raised, why did we conclude with a recommendation to rehabilitate the existing interchange at 3 Mile Lane and Highway 18 and not tackle the Cumulus Avenue interchange first? If you're going to do one interchange, if I think I can paraphrase this, why don't you do the Cumulus Avenue interchange and leave the existing interchange alone as part of your recommended transportation solutions in the 3 Mile area plan? So I'd like to, Heather gave a really good synopsis of the public involvement process that took place through this planning. And I'd like to take just a cookie cutter of that conversation that we had. The difficult task of working with the Citizens Advisory group is we put two specifically different scenarios that could be construed as a a planning option for what the final plan could look like. And we struggled with the issues about providing local access both north and south of Highway 18, better connecting the community, but also better connecting 3 Mile Lane with McMinnville proper, especially downtown McMinnville. Those were some of our key goals that were set out on the transportation aspect of the 3 Mile Lane plan. So the first option that we put out in front of our advisory committee was, we called it the interchange option. And that was, let's rehabilitate the existing interchange so that you could have full mobility through that interchange. You could travel eastbound and turn left and come into downtown McMinnville, or you could travel along local city streets on the south side of 18 and cross over 18 without having to go through an at-grade intersection. Pedestrian and bicyclists from the hospital area, could also cycle and walk into downtown without having to walk across Highway 18. A full interchange would offer that grade separation and full mobility that way. But consistent with the 1996 corridor plan, it was with basically a barbell of interchanges, the inclusion of a full interchange at Cumulus Avenue, complemented by frontage roads on the north and east side, south side, excuse me, and then a new either roundabout or intersection. We can talk about whether a roundabout is the appropriate thing, if you have questions about that. But at that time, we just thought, there's an option there. And that would include, consistent with the 1996 plan, perhaps providing bicycle and pedestrian an overpass. Although the 1996 plan called for the disconnection of Norton Lane, we thought there might be an opportunity to keep that connection as a grade-separated crossing of Highway 18 so that we would achieve some of those goals of making better north-south connectivity within the community. So that was the interchange option. The other option was less intensive in public infrastructure, but it was rehabilitating the existing interchange, and then let's change the traffic signals at Norton and Cumulus Avenue to roundabouts and a new roundabout at Cirrus. And that may seem like kind of a crazy idea, but we were also incorporating findings that ODOT and Yamhill County were concluding for the need for a new roundabout at the Lafayette intersection further east of the airport. And we thought, well, if you're going to put a roundabout there, might it be an important option to consider is consistently putting roundabouts in the corridor here to provide that local circulation and crossing connectivity both north and south in the study area. Well, long story made short, our Citizen Advisory Committee didn't like either option. There was no consensus between those two options, and I wasn't surprised, but we needed to start the conversation. And so there were some that wanted the interchanges, others not, and some that liked the roundabouts, and others definitely did not. And we tried to work out a compromise that we thought might provide a best alternative to move forward. And the one thing that the participants focused on was, when do we need the new interchange at Cumulus Avenue? When does the highway plan mobility targets, when are they exceeded with traffic growth? And when we went through these options, we didn't have the traffic analysis completed yet, as Heather had mentioned. That came at a later date. And the group decided that let's not move to the Cumulus Avenue interchange until we know we've exhausted the mobility targets at the existing intersections at Norton Lane and Cumulus Avenue. And if our plan doesn't cause the need for that, we shouldn't take that on until we know the timing of that. And Heather, you have a map that has the preferred, is that your presentation on here as well?
Yeah, are you looking for the final preferred transportation plan?
Yeah.
I think council has a copy of that. It's also in the plan document itself.
And I'll just verbalize that for the purposes of this conversation. So instead of the roundabouts at Norton and Cumulus, the group said, let's keep the signals there until we've run out of capacity. That was a simple thing that we needed to come back and prove whether that was going to have legs to last through the 20-year planning horizon. And then it included, at that point in time, a roundabout at Cirrus, but we've since adapted that to say it could be a roundabout or a traffic signal. And then let's make sure that the space is saved at the Cumulus Avenue area so that when the interchange is needed beyond the 20-year planning horizon, that could be done without having to rebuy land use, and could be facilitated to then incorporate the removal of the traffic signal at Norton Lane and the potential for putting a grade separated crossing either for street, ped, and bike, either as separate projects or together. And that provided the best plan for providing north-south multimodal connectivity within the 3 Mile Lane area, as well as improved connectivity between 3 Mile Lane and the city center proper. And it was the group's general consensus that that was the conclusive way to summarize the 20-year planning horizon transportation network plan. So that's, I know that was a lot to kind of summarize, but that was a historical context of why we elected to go with rehabilitating the existing interchange along with frontage road improvements and a Cirrus Avenue intersection improvement, but hold off on a Cumulus Avenue interchange until the existing capacity at Norton and Cumulus are exhausted with those traffic signals. So,
And just for the record, the map is located on page 28 of the packet.
I apologize. I thought that slide was in this deck and I somehow missed it.
Then Andy, can you also clarify for the record whether or not the frontage road through Shemetica College and on the eastern side of Evergreen is part of the transportation scenario analysis?
I'm glad you mentioned that, and I did make a note of it. So there was a further, I think, subsection question about the frontage roads. Some of the frontage roads in the plan are already included in your TSP and are documented in your systems development charge. They were called collector streets, basically between Cumulus Avenue and Norton Lane on the south side. That's already in your transportation planning documentation, and you're taking development fees for systems development charges to help make for that part of the plan improvements already today. Other sections that are not yet in your TSP or in your systems development charge are those connections to the east of Cumulus Avenue, as well as that one short connection that would complete the frontage road improvement through the Chemeketa College footprint. That's a really difficult project, and we knew we couldn't complete a conceptual design, to preface this plan. But once those projects are included in your TSP, then they will be an option for the city to include in your systems development charge so that you can be taking development charges to help make at least a portion of the cost coverage for those projects in the future.
But my understanding is those sections of the frontage roads are also not included in the transportation scenario for the analysis for this project. And so when we figure out how to design them, we can then add that to the transportation scenario, and that should relieve more capacity off of Highway 18.
That's correct. The whole intent of those frontage roads is not just to provide, east-west circulatory capacity for motorists, local motorists, pedestrians, and cyclists, but it's to do so in a way that makes for a neighborhood network and obviates the needs from some of those motorists to have to either get on and use Highway 18 to go east or west into other destinations within the city of McMinnville. So that they're essential plan components of the plan, and they're historic. They were established in 1996 in that plan. They still have legs, I think, for your future planning going forward.
All right. Thank you. Again, if councilors have questions, I will ask councilors to limit to 2 questions, and then we'll cycle back through if there are additional questions. Do any councilors have questions at this time? Councilor Chenoweth?
Yeah, I just have one. the preferred route for that frontage road is through Chemeketa. Are there any alternate routes for that frontage road that have been considered?
In the Chemeketa footprint, Counselor?
Yeah, instead of, we have those correct.
In our public meeting, we did openly say, hey, we're not sure if we can keep it tight to Highway 18 and bring it up to Norton Lane. That would take a building. My doctor's office used to be there. They've moved further west along Cumulus. And I'm not sure who's there now, but it's part of the Chemeketa, property. And that's a hard thing to try to go to an existing landowner and say, hey, can you work with us and let us take down one of your commercial property buildings? Another option would be to try to bring it through the Chemeketa campus parking lot in a more formal, multimodal street type connection, and tie it in basically at the entrance, to the old shopping mall, the whole campus there. So that would make for an offset to the existing intersection that comes in by McDonald's. And that might not be, optimal, but it could be a possible solution. And that one wouldn't require, taking a building down. It would probably be cheaper, but all of this requires really extensive and open and productive, coordination with Chemeketa Community College. And that's going to take some time, and we just couldn't do that as part of this planning process and complete that in time.
And I think there's been some confusion where people feel that that connection is part of the basis of the success of the 3 Mile Lane Area Plan transportation analysis, and it wasn't, we assumed that that would not be in play.
No, I understood that. I just, for the long-term planning, I do think it's going to be really important we do get that frontage road all the way. And so I'm just wanting to know was there an alternate option?
Yeah.
To the one that looks from the 10,000 foot level, it looks unrealistic.
It does. I don't discredit that at all, Counselor. It's a tough thing to draw that line. It's hard, but that's why we put it in at least a dashed line. Some final connection needs to be put in play there, and it'll take some time to work that out.
Thank you. Other questions from councilors at this time? Councilor Peralta, do you have any questions? I don't see any. Wonderful.
No questions at this time, thank you.
Thank you.
I have one. You mentioned the Lafayette-Dayton Highway roundabout. Is that a for sure thing? We're going to have a roundabout in that corridor regardless?
Counselor, I don't live in the land of for sure things in long-range transportation planning. So it is a greater certainty. It is adopted in Yamhill County's plan. ODOT can add to this, but ODOT has declared that they foresee reasonable assurance that it'll have funding within the 20-year planning horizon. So it's more than likely going to be a project that will eventually be designed and constructed within the next 20 years. That's the likely conclusion. Now, I know that's a little bit of waffling, but who knows what happens in funding land. I know you had a question earlier in the 1996 plan, were any of those projects committed to funding? And the quick answer was no. None of those projects were committed to funding except for some of the collector street segments that the city adopted as part of your TSP and are now including that in your systems development charge. So it's hard to say, is it really going to happen? It's likely going to happen, but there's no guarantee.
And next question is a two-part question, but so it's a locally funded upgrade if it's at the 0.80 level, but when it hits the 0.85 level or the 0.90 level, then it becomes an ODOT funded project?
Now let me clarify there a little bit. I think the question was posed, if the city wanted to switch up this recommended transportation plan project list and say, let's do the Cumulus Avenue interchange now, if ODOT's intersections are not exceeding their mobility target, and they'll answer similarly here shortly, they're going to say we don't have the money if we don't have a triggering mechanism where we see the capacity of our highway exceeding our mobility targets. So if you want to do that, City of McMinnville, that's going to be on your dime. That's just within the next 20 years. If the traffic grows beyond the 20-year planning horizon and those mobility targets are triggered, say, in year 2047 or year 2050, then ODOT will be participating in helping fund a solution. But they have to wait until they see a capacity problem that triggers their Oregon Highway Plan mobility standards. If you're choosing to want to accelerate that project, they're gonna say, you're gonna have to take that on as a local project. So I hope that clarifies that, Councilor Garvin.
Yeah, it does. That helps. The second part to that question was, from a mobility context standpoint, are you aware of any roads that are at a .80 currently or at a .85, just so I could visualize that? Like, is that 18 and 22 at 5 p.m. on a Friday? Is that Dundee 5 years ago before a bypass?
In Dundee, at the signalized intersection before the Newburgh-Dundee bypass, that intersection, although it's quite a bit different than the cross-section of Highway 18 here, because that was only a single lane with a left turn lane in downtown Dundee proper. But that was triggering ODOT's highway mobility standards at the time, prior to the Newburgh-Dundee bypass construction.
That would have been like a .85 gridlock or a .90 gridlock?
0.85, I'll just add to it, when you're at a V over C ratio of 1, then you're at gridlock. 0.85, it's less comfortable. It's not comfortable. You're having to wait for perhaps 1 or 2 different cycle lengths before you can get through the intersection and clear your queue as you're traveling through on the main line. So 0.85 isn't, gridlock. You're waiting 4, 5, 6, 7 different cycle lengths and really not moving at all. And Heather had a nice picture, earlier that kind of portrayed what the visualization of what V over C looks like on a multi-lane highway. So I'm trying to think real quick, I can go to other places throughout the state and cite those. I know ODOT Region 2 has some good examples, but portions of Seaside and Lincoln City, if you're on Highway 101, a number of those traffic signals are at it or about over 0.80 today. So particularly during the summer, you're seeing those characteristics. To give you a relevant example. And Ariel from ODOT Region 2 will have some examples that I think she'll know by memory.
From a study standpoint, it looks like how this is laid out, it's going to increase 0.02. What's the margin of error in kind of these traffic studies? Is the margin of error greater than what we're even thinking the increase is going to be?
I don't know that I would label it a margin of error, but, ODOT will I think this will be another good question for ODOT.
Okay.
0.80, there isn't an absolute, there could be a 0.81 or a 0.82 that still could be acceptable, but when you get to 0.84, 0.87, 0.90, that's clearly above and beyond the mobility target, and a capacity solution needs to be identified. We just didn't see that in the 20-year planning horizon in our analysis. We weren't that close.
Okay.
So I hope that, if you want to re-ask that question with ODOT staff, I think they've got a good answer for that.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for your extra questions, Zach.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Are we ready for the next representative from ODOT?
Yes, so now the ODOT team has a short presentation for you to answer the questions you had relative to ODOT. And I think they're starting with Naomi Swerdling.
Yes, I'm Naomi Zwerdling. I'm the ODOT Region 2 Planning and Development Review Manager, and I'm here today again at the City Council to just reiterate our support for the project. And Heather and Andy have just done a fabulous job in talking through a ton of details on the project. But specifically, we have Michael Duncan here, who is the Transportation Growth Management Planner project manager on the project. And ODOT will help fund projects like this and work with the city and community on a visioning type of project. And this project was an area plan, and there's some steps that are included in that process where ODOT staff are able to analyze the transportation, do these analysis processes. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Michael Duncan, and he's going to describe some key items like you've been hearing about advisory committees and different transportation deliverables that happen in that review process. And then we also have Dan Fricke, who's a senior transportation planner in Region 2, and he was involved in the process as well. And he can talk a little bit more about the funding part that you're talking about. And then finally, we'll have Ariel talking, and she is the traffic analysis engineer. So she was reviewing the traffic analysis on the state highway. And in particular, we'd like to also discuss that city's role in that process. So I think between all of us, we will be able to give you a lot more information on that ODOT interface with the project. And to start off, I'm going to hand it over to Michael Duncan. Thank you.
Okay, so I've got video now, and if it starts to bog down, I'll just switch to audio. So I don't have a slide deck or anything, so you just get to watch me talk. So thanks, Naomi. So I'm Michael Duncan. I am a senior planner and grant manager for the Transportation and Growth Management Program, or I'll refer to, or you've heard it referred to as the TGM program. So I sat on the project management team for this project, and I'll just take a couple minutes to speak process of this plan from the ODOT's perspective. Again, I think Heather's done a great job with that overview, and David Evans, staff, Andy with David Evans has done a really good job too. So there might be some overlap here, but so as Naomi mentioned, this project was funded by a grant award from the TGM program. TGM program is a joint program between two state agencies. That's the Department of Land Conservation and Development, DLCD, and the Oregon Department of Transportation, ODOT. Both of those agencies work in close coordination on this project. So to reiterate, we were supportive of the project back in 2017 when we funded it, when we chose to fund this plan, and certainly as the consultant team and stakeholders and everybody involved helped develop the draft plan. And we're supportive of it as it's being presented now. And I wanted to underscore our participation along the way. In particular, both of those agencies, ODOT and DLCD, were represented on the project's Technical Advisory Committee, which met 4 times throughout the project and provided comment for each of the 8 technical memorandums and the draft plan. So ODOT was represented on the Technical Advisory Committee by our Region Traffic Analysis Engineer, our Region Traffic Operations Engineer, the Transportation and Planning Analysis Unit's Senior Transportation Analyst, Senior Planner for this area, and Senior Planner for TGM program, me, and our Region Active Transportation Liaison. And I believe we also at one point reached out to one of our economists on staff too to review some of the market analysis materials as well. DLCD was represented by their region representative, and this is in addition to all the other technical staff on the Technical Advisory Committee. There's representatives from the city and some other at-large members on that too. The Technical Advisory Committee complemented the Community Advisory Committee to ensure that there was a variety of technical experts and community-based stakeholders that were part of this process. So in particular, with respect to ODOT, Our role was to ensure technical analysis followed widely accepted practices as advised by federal and state guidance, and that the plan outcomes ensure the integrity of the state's transportation system to maintain safe and effective movement of people and goods. So of note, the contract was amended several times with additional funding and time to ensure that the technical analysis was proficient and the project had enough breathing room for public engagement and comment, and to ensure that there was a robust data set for this project's analysis. And regarding engagement, and I know Heather had a great slide on this, but I just wanted to reiterate what was within the scope of this contract, that there was focus group interviews, 3 community advisory meetings, 4 technical advisory committee meetings, 3 public events, 1 design shred. And additionally, I think it's important, I'm not sure it was mentioned, but the scope of work for this project's contract was unique in that it was deliberate to include design booklets. There was one for the design alternatives and one for the preferred design, and there was an existing conditions booklet, and the intent was to produce companion content to the technical memorandums that was succinct, visual, and easy for folks to understand. So really went out of our way, and we're deliberate to produce content that folks can engage with. I know sometimes technical memoranda can be arduous. So I would also say that compared to the many other long-range plans I've worked on, I would characterize the level of engagement for this project as high, which was great. So in addition to the agency coordination and the touch points noted in this project's scope of work, ODOT and DLCD management met with city staff twice with the city at length to determine the appropriate level of analysis. This above and beyond, it was a big project for TGM to fund. We probably fund a project of this scale and scope once every 4 projects. So it was really important that that coordination piece happened. And one of the key outcomes of those meetings was an updated travel demand model. So the updated travel demand model used current observed on-the-ground data as a basis to forecast from. And this is the type of model that's used all over Oregon. It is version 2 of the model that was previously developed for McMinnville and surrounding areas. And I wanted to add that these models they're dynamic and they're consistent with the models that are developed in other communities, Newburgh, for example, and they're also consistent with the statewide model. So just spoke traffic a little bit spoke to process and a little bit on what our role was in that process. But I wanted to end my time on the agenda before I hand it off to Dan here to state that in addition to working closely with the city to coordinate and to QC or quality control the project's traffic analysis, ODOT was present at each of the project's milestones. That's the vision, goals, and objectives, the existing future conditions, the alternatives analysis and development of preferred alternative, and of course, development of the draft plan. So again, we really appreciate the opportunity to participate in the city's plan and for helping, giving us the opportunity for ODOT to maintain the function, safety, and efficiency of the state's transportation system. So thanks again for my time here tonight, and I'll hand this over to our senior planner, Dan Fricke. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. And Mayor and members of the council, thank you very much. By way of introduction, my name's Dan Fricke. I'm a senior planner in the Region 2 office in Salem. My area of responsibility is Marion, Polk, and Yamhill counties. So I've had a lot of experience working with a lot of different staff for the city over the years among the many places I've dealt with. What I wanted to do is, you've heard a very complete presentation from Michael about the process we've gone through at a process level. I wanted to go a little bit higher level and talk about something, and also to address I will politely say, a rather inelegant statement attached that was attributed to me, and I won't deny that I made it. That's in your letter from 1,000 Friends and Friends of Yamhill County, that
basically would lead you to believe we get to a point where if we can't do anything or if everything's working okay, we kind of just throw up our hands and say we can't do anything and walk away. And I think you've heard from Michael's presentation that that's certainly not the case. We're a very active participant. What I was intending to say there, and I think it's important to note, and I don't think this is anything that's a surprise to any of you or to know this, but to make clear that this is your decision. ODOT has no authority to say, no, you can't do this. We work with you. We have always worked with cities and counties in the areas to hopefully get to the point where we can support a recommendation to approve a plan as we have in this case. Hasn't happened very often, but occasionally we get to a position where we just can't agree or need to object, and then there's other options we have, but certainly not anything we're looking to do here. So I just wanted to clarify that from the Thousand Friends letter, and they said it was very poorly worded. What I was intending to say is this, to make sure everyone understands that ODOT has no authority to tell the city what to do here other than make a recommendation. Just with another minute, just to address one other thing that Andy talked about it in question from one of the councilors regarding the Cumulus interchange and wanting to move it forward and whose responsibility that would be. And I had raised this at a discussion we'd had a couple of days ago. We had a similar situation with a facility plan I was working on in Southeast Salem, where there was an existing overpass on a state highway that the city of Salem and Marion County would very much like to see turned into an interchange. Our analysis indicated that an interchange there would have no impact on the highway. It had virtually no, the volume to capacity ratio changed about 1%. In fact, I think it probably got better the farther east you went. Anyway, so we went through a long process with the city and county, and what we concluded there was that we could finally, after some additional work that was done, that we could support the interchange in that location, but because it didn't have any benefit to the state system at that point in time, we considered it a local project and would have to be designed and constructed and paid for by the local agencies, in that case, Marion County and the city of Salem. But then, of course, had to be designed and constructed subject to ODOT standards, and we would have to approve the plans before it went forward. So I wanted to clarify that and add some additional information to to Andy's complete answer to that question earlier. So that's all I'd like to say at this point. I think at this point I will turn it over to our traffic analysis engineer, Ariel Ferber, who can give you a little more detail on some of the analysis we went through and some of the conclusions we reached. Thank you.
Hello, so I'm Ariel Ferber. I'm the ODOT Region 2 Traffic Analysis Engineer, and so I'm going to be kind of talking through the process with the travel demand model and the analysis, without trying to get too technical. So with the transportation model, an ODOT travel demand model was used, and the model inputs, so items such as the population and land uses, these inputs were coordinated with the city to ensure that they were consistent with their comprehensive plan. ODOT ran the model and provided the outputs to the consultant, who then post-processed using NCHRP 765, which is a nationally accepted method for processing model data. And using that, you determine growth rates and determine the future traffic volumes. So this methodology is consistent with statewide ODOT guidelines and practices and procedures, and it's what we use when using travel demand models to predict future volumes. So I'm also going to talk about, ODOT has the Oregon Highway Plan, or OHP, and this defines our policies for the state highway system. Within that, you have Policy 1F, which specifically details the acceptable highway mobility targets and provides procedures for when you're evaluating amendments to things like land use regulations, transportation system plans, and comprehensive plans. So the OHP also defines your VC mobility targets, and it's specific to the facility type, the location, and the functional objective. So for example, an interstate within city limits will have a different VC mobility target than a district highway in a rural location. And within McMinnville, Oregon 18 is classified as a statewide expressway. It's a freight route, and it's inside the urban growth boundaries. So the VC mobility target is 0.80. And ODOT uses the VC ratios, the volume to capacity ratios, to measure an intersection's traffic operations. And this is a measure of an intersection's capacity and how much is being used. So if you have a VC ratio of 0.8, what that signifies is that 80% of the intersection's capacity is being utilized. So there's still about 20% of the capacity is available for future growth potentially. And the VC ratios are calculated using formulas from the Highway Capacity Manual, which is put out by the Transportation Research Board, and it's another nationally accepted method used to calculate VC ratios, as well as delay and level of service, which are other methods to quantify how well an intersection is operating. Yeah, so any questions?
Councilors have any questions at this time? Thank you very much. I do believe that concludes the staff presentation, and we're ready to move into public testimony. As I mentioned earlier, we are extending public testimony to 5 minutes per person this evening, and our role is to listen to the public and to ask clarifying questions when appropriate. We're going to start with those who signed up in advance to testify. Specifically, we're going to welcome up 3 members from Friends of Yamhill County who will testify in consecutive order of 5 minutes apiece, but we'll have you all sign in and state your name for the record and then go through your presentation. Please, to everybody, remember to include your name and address for the record. And welcome, welcome, and we'll begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Mayor Drapkin, members of the council, my name is Rob Halliburton. I'm the Vice President of Friends of Yamhill County, P.O. Box 1083, McMinnville. We do have a presentation here. I guess I can share my screen. As Mayor Drapkin mentioned, there are 3 of us tonight. I'll start and then I'll pass off to Rick Nyes, who's on Zoom, a professional engineer, and then he'll hand it off to Mark Davis, who's also a member of the Board of Friends of Yamhill County. So Friends of Yamhill County members support goals of the Oregon Land Use Program, such as efficient land use, livable communities, and adequate opportunities for economic development. We also support development that's consistent with McMinnville's comprehensive plan. So on the screen now, we've shared a couple of policies from your plan. I'm not going to read those, I'll let you do that, but it includes policies that help set the context for this area plan. These policies support high-wage jobs and local small businesses, not national chains or large format retail. That's not to say that those businesses shouldn't be allowed in the city. It's just that the city has made the decision that those aren't a priority. There's one other policy, the Great Neighborhood Policy, requires application of the Great Neighborhood Principles in all areas of the city. The policies are listed in pages 16 and 17 of your packet. The staff report seems to say that these principles apply only to residential areas, but it's clear from this and other policies that they apply to all areas of the city. So it's also important to note that we support lots of this plan. There's a lot of good work that's represented in the area plan. We support the proposed changes north of 3 Mile Lane and the Innovation Center. We support new commercial services that are scaled to those who live and work in the area. We do not support the very large retail center south of the expressway. Although the traffic modeling assumed 33 net acres, the actual plan language says it will be 40 to 60 acres, and nothing limits the number of large format stores or total retail floor space. And then there's the elephant in the room, the pending applications for the rezoning of 62 acres. We understand that these applications are not the topic of this hearing and have not been approved yet. But they do illustrate the choices that the city will be faced with after the area plan is adopted. And we believe now is the time to define the limits on what the city envisions for 3 Mile Lane, not waiting for a follow-up process. We're concerned that the plan as written would accommodate the applications as they were submitted. The current staff recommendation on these rezones would allow 3 stores exceeding 135,000 square feet with no upper size limit, and an unlimited number of stores up to 135,000 square feet. For comparison, Roth's is 38,000 square feet and Walmart is about 101,000 square feet. I did notice in the staff's list some of our numbers don't jibe exactly, but they're close. I must have gotten our numbers from different sources. But even at 33 acres, this is a very large shopping center. Orenco Station, a purported model for the 3 Mile Lane development, sits on 12 acres. The largest store is 29,000 square feet, and it has a total of 123,000 square feet of both retail and non-retail commercial uses. The retail area in the Old Mill District in Bend, another area used to illustrate the vision for 3 Mile Lane, is only 17 acres. Its largest anchor store is 28,000 square feet, and it has a total of 267,000 square feet of retail floor space. It's walkable from downtown. Well, there's a path anyway. It's sort of walkable from downtown. The McMinnville Plaza is 18 acres, and the Safeway store is about 56,000 square feet. Bridgeport Village is 30 acres with 465,000 square feet of retail. A 33-acre shopping center, approximately the yellow shaded area, is roughly comparable to the size of Bridgeport Village. A 62-acre center, the red line, is obviously nearly double that and considerably larger than the 43-acre mess that's home to the Costco in Wilsonville. So a large shopping center on the edge of town jeopardizes McMinnville's existing businesses. It's a risky gamble that many communities have taken and lost. And retail is the lowest wage sector in McMinnville. McMinnville has a great pedestrian-friendly downtown and a successful corridor of larger retailers. As the News Register said in its Friday editorial, the regional shopping center would inevitably introduce major new competition for the local shopping dollars. The traffic study for the 33-acre rezone application states that many trips that currently travel to the downtown area today will alter their trips to visit the new commercial businesses and thus reduce trips entering the downtown areas. And that's the zone change applicant's consultant speaking, not us. And speaking of traffic studies, that's a good segue to Rick Nyes, traffic engineer that Friends has retained. So thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Rick Nyes. I'm a Principal Traffic Engineer with Greenlight Engineering. My address is 13554 Rogers Road, Lake Oswego, 97035. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Oregon, and I've been asked by Friends of Yamhill County to review the transportation issues of the 3 Mile Lane area plan. I provided a letter dated May 8th. Tonight I will cover a number of the points I made in that letter. But first, I wanted to address the planning director's and DEA's comments indicating that similar congestion would be present in the area regardless of plan approval. Now, there will undoubtedly be congestion at some intersections with or without the new traffic generated by the plan and without all the improvements in place. However, whether all of the improvements shown in the plan are actually necessary to make in order for the intersections to operate adequately, I don't know. Additionally, whether there are other improvements, perhaps less expensive or with less of a footprint, that could be proposed that also get you there, I also don't know. I don't think you'll find the answer to that question in the traffic study or the plan. That would be something I advise you to follow up on if you're interested. The plan basically presents the solution in the form of a whole lot of improvements, but doesn't necessarily present the iterations that were tested in getting to that solution. Next, the plan's traffic study is limited and largely looks just at intersections and roadways within the plan area itself. The traffic study addresses very little outside the plan area, even though the traffic impacts will extend beyond the plan area. The plan anticipates millions of dollars of transportation improvements within the plan area. It also anticipates future comprehensive plan amendments and zone changes to property in the plan area, which are expected to increase traffic volumes by thousands of vehicles per day. Those changes will require compliance with the Oregon's transportation planning rule to evaluate the adequacy of the transportation system and may require addressing traffic impacts on roadways and intersections outside of the plan area. This is important because there may be other intersections outside the plan area that may require improvements to be funded and constructed that the plan hasn't yet considered due to the limited scope of the traffic study. Some of the intersections that were not studied but will likely be impacted include the intersections of Highway 18 Crater Road, Highway 18 Lafayette Highway, and 99W Highway 18 and the McDougal Road intersection. The city's transportation system plan illustrates a significant failure at the 99W Highway 18 McDougal intersection. As illustrated in this slide, the city's transportation system plan also illustrates volume to capacity ratios by 2023 that are well beyond failing in the downtown area, yet the plan only evaluated one intersection in that area, the 3 Mile Lane First Street intersection, and does not evaluate other downtown traffic impacts. The plan also does not propose to fix the failure at 3 Mile Lane and First Street, and operations are worsened with the approval of the plan. Next, the plan's traffic model relies upon an assumption of only 33 acres of zone changes occurring within the plan's area. However, there are currently 62 acres of zone changes in the area that are pending review at the city. Development related to these zone changes will substantially increase the traffic in the area to the tune of roughly 6,000 vehicle trips per day. Therefore, the assumptions of the plan's traffic analysis are already, before the plan is even approved, not in line with what is actually proposed in the area. There's no evidence whether the roadway improvements assumed in the plan can accommodate the anticipated traffic associated with these future developments. Additional improvements may be needed in order to adequately serve the area with approval of these zone changes. Next, in 2021, 662 acres of land was brought into the McMinnville UGB. 27 acres of this 662 acres is within the plan area itself. This land and the increased traffic impacts associated with it have not been considered in the transportation model that supports the plan. The traffic impact of this increased trip generation has an unknown effect on the operation of the roadways and intersections in and out of the plan area. Next, the plan illustrates that the intersection of Highway 18 and Norton Lane will operate with a volume to capacity ratio of 0.76. The mobility standard was 0.80. The city's traffic consultant has presented data that illustrates a V/C ratio of 0.78 at the intersection that accounts for future increased pedestrian volumes. This analysis illustrates the intersection operating just 0.02 below the standard. Any errors or omissions in the analysis could change the outcome. Additionally, the plan relies on all of the improvements assumed in the plan to actually be constructed. Any infrastructure delayed or not constructed may change that V/C ratio such that the intersection may not meet standards. The plan relies upon each and every one of these assumed improvements illustrated in the plan to be constructed, including all the intersections and frontage roads in order for the roadways and intersections to operate as modeled. Without all this construction in place, the transportation system will not operate as modeled. It is likely that intersections and roadways will fail well before all the transportation improvements are constructed. City staff have said that if zone change or development-related traffic studies illustrate intersection failures before all the roadway improvements can be built, then the developer would simply be required to mitigate those failures. However, due to funding, legal restrictions, or lack of available right-of-way, it may not be feasible to require a developer to make those improvements. Developer may have no control over the property where these improvements are needed. In closing, it will require a very large investment to construct all the improvements as envisioned in the plan. However, that doesn't mean that there will be no congestion. Even with this large investment, there will still be delay at all of the intersections, sometimes substantial delay and congestion, as several of these intersections are projected to operate near the mobility standard. And as previously noted, there are many intersections in and outside the plan area that just simply weren't studied at all. Thank you for your time. I'll turn it over to Mark Davis.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Mayor Drapkin and members of the council. Mark Davis speaking for Friends of Yamhill County, P.O. Box 1083 here in McMinnville. As mentioned earlier, we support much of this plan. We do not, however, support a large regional shopping center that has been justified as a solution to retail leakage. In fact, net retail leakage is almost non-existent. If you subtract the retail money coming into the community, the blue lines on the bar chart we saw earlier, up there on the slide also, from retail dollars leaving the community, the red lines on the bar chart, the net retail leakage is a little over $9 million, or about 1.3% of estimated annual household demand of $709 million. This is roughly $265 per person per year, or about 73 cents a day. Looked at in another way, this is the latest census data that shows McMinnville has a net inflow of retail dollars. Building hundreds of thousands of square feet of new retail stores along Highway 18 may reduce net leakage slightly, but it most definitely will reduce retail sales for existing McMinnville merchants. McMinnville has a surplus of both commercial and industrial land. Converting industrial land for commercial land is a policy choice for the city, not a DLCD requirement. McMinnville already has standards for commercial uses that are scaled to serve the neighborhood. They would allow a Rinco station-sized retail area, including a Ross-sized supermarket with a cap of 100,000 square feet of retail, yet still permit additional non-retail commercial uses. Even if the council disagrees, all commercial uses in the retail area south of the expressway must not exceed the 33 acres used for transportation modeling. Please drop the 40 to 60 acre range included in the plan on page 38. As Rob explained, McMinnville's comprehensive plan policies support locally owned, managed, or controlled small businesses, not national chain stores that take money out of the community. Perhaps a child care center, a local bank, professional offices, a quirky taqueria, neighborhood center uses set up by local entrepreneurs serving local customers. Next, let's talk about money. On the screen are the plan's cost estimates. As our traffic engineer testified, every one of these improvements is needed to keep the highway functioning, including the frontage roads for which no costs are included. It's still north of $100 million. Frontage roads costs should at least be estimated so we know what we are committing to. The cost of the bike and pedestrian path bridge put in the plan by the Planning Commission for safety reasons should also be included. Any ODOT money going to improve 3 Mile Lane will likely come from funds that could be used to complete the Newburgh-Dundee bypass, a project the city has already contributed millions of dollars to support. Some say large format retail will pay for transportation improvements that benefit the Innovation Campus. Before making vague claims about financial benefits, the city should perform a cost-benefit analysis outlining clearly how much of the cost shown here will be paid by the developers, how much the state might pay, and how much will fall upon local taxpayers. No business would make a large financial commitment like this without running the numbers. Show us the pro formas. In closing, we recommend using neighborhood activity center standards or amending the plan with standards that are specific to the 3 Mile Lane area. All commercial uses south of the expressway should be neighborhood scaled, not regionally scaled. You should require, not encourage, require adherence to the great neighborhood principles. Include needed housing where appropriate to support local businesses. Consider changing the existing M2 zoned area to M1 or ML. Amend the plan's boundary to include the land on 3 Mile Lane that was added to the UGB in 2020. And repeal Plan Policy 4870 since the city now has a surplus of commercial land. Finally, as all parties have said, this plan is about a vision. McMinnville prides itself, this is it, on being forward-looking, our water reservoir, our public utility, our park system, etc. Our town center has always been 3rd Street. In 1977, a new shopping center on 99W actually designated itself the new town center. It is still there today, but its original anchor tenants have long since fled. Our vision for 50 years out says that we should invest in our existing 3rd Street Town Center, not a corporate version out on Highway 18 that will be abandoned by the out-of-town bean counters when return on investment drops unacceptably low.
Thank you. Thank you. Do any councilors have questions or clarifying questions for any part of this presentation? All right, thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next,
Next, we have Dean Cloth.
is Mr. Claus still here? No. Next,
Next, we have Mary Cochran.
thank you. Welcome. Be sure to state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Marnie Cochran, 182 Northwest Valley's Edge Street here in McMinnville. Thank you for giving me the time to share my perspective regarding the development of the 3 Mile Lane project. My husband and I both grew up here in Oregon, down in Corvallis, and we always knew that we would return to Oregon after he was done with his education and training. We fell in love with McMinnville at his first interview. We knew this was the place we wanted to raise our family. I remember after his first job interview, I said, McMinnville is lovely, but there's no Costco. We love the parks and the playgrounds here. We love hiking at Tice Park. We love the programs put on by Parks and Rec. We like frequenting the businesses along 3rd Street. In fact, I took my children for ice cream at Serendipity today. And it's been okay living without a Costco, but every month I make an hour-long trek to Salem or Wilsonville or Beaverton to fill up on cheap gas and to stock up on bulk household goods and food for my family of 6. I know other families like mine who make special trips into the Portland area or the Salem area for essential purchases and not just at Costco. Over the past few years, there have been several occasions where I have found the shopping and dining options in McMinnville to be lacking. Let me share a few examples. Last year, when I signed my son up for soccer, we went to look for cleats, and we could only find one store with 2 pairs of cleats in his size. This year, when I go shopping for sporting equipment, I will probably have to make a special trip to, again, Salem or Beaverton or Wilsonville, just so that I know that I'm going to get more options than just the 2 that were here. More recently, I was pregnant with my 4th child, and I checked several of the clothing stores in town, and there were very minimal maternity options. In fact, only one store had a maternity section with no maternity bathing suits and no shorts. So that was pretty disappointing, and I wondered if somewhere like Target or Kohl's would have the options that I needed so that I didn't have to purchase them online. And while I love to visit our local restaurants for date night or ladies' night out, the options on 3rd Street aren't really geared towards 4-year-olds or 6-year-olds. So when we're looking for family-friendly dining, we usually end up at IHOP. My kids love it when we go to the zoo because it means stopping for lunch at their favorite restaurant, Red Robin. I'll also note my husband works near Cumulus and Norton, and his only option for a quick lunch is McDonald's. So he would love to see more places on that side of town where he could stop in for lunch. I know there's some concern that the charm and the quirks of McMinnville will be lost by adding some of these big businesses and chain restaurants. I would argue that the most beautiful and wonderful thing about this town are the people who live here. I want more young, active families to choose McMinnville as the place to raise their children. I think we can make this wonderful town just a little bit more enticing by filling the gaps in retail shopping and in family dining. I'd also love a shiny new rec center, but that's a conversation for another day. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration as you make decisions about the future of McMinnville and the types of people that we hope to settle here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next comment? Next.
Next, we have Ramsey McPhillips.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ramsey McPhillips. I live at 13,000 Southwest McPhillips Road here in McMinnville. When I was young, my family came to McMinnville every weekend and summer to stay on our family farm. It was a sleepy town back then. A lot has changed. Change is good. I really like what McMinnville has become. It's why I bought out my family's business to live and invest here till I die. I will leave the chapter and verse legal land use sprawl to others and simply ask you to ask yourselves a discretionary question that you, as judges of this area plan consideration, may use to make your decisions. Do you want to be the council that drastically changes the tenor of McMinnville from a unique, unified family town to one that has at its front door a traffic-congested, sprawling, impersonal commercial hub owned by out-of-state entities? Is the tenor of modern-day Bend or Seaside your desired city model? That is what is being proposed here. The developers have stated as much. Planning staff has stated as much. Nothing wrong with that. That is their job. But if you want to protect McMinnville's very thriving local business community and not the cookie-cutter national corporation model that is on the table tonight, I hope you reject the area plan change recommendation from industrial to commercial zoning. McVintopia, which is what I call our beautiful island sanctuary here, already has what it needs to provide for its population projections long into the future. A university, limitless shopping options, steel mill, really cheap utilities, lots of law firms, endless hamburger joints, and a 300 per plate restaurant with a name I can't yet pronounce. Excepting in 40 acres of new brick and mortar retail outlets in the midst of an obvious behavioral shopping transition away from this kind of in-person commerce is not forward-thinking planning. I go to Costco. This is my shopping device to go to Costco. That's where the world is headed. Someone needs to say enough is good enough. McMinnville should change by growing more of what we already have got, small local businesses. Often hear that what we need to justify this growth is some new big employers. I disagree. What we need are more big, high-paying employers, yes. They purposely come here because McMinnville made a choice to not mainstream our retail options by opting to support the already flourishing local banks, coffee shops, and Oregon co-ops like Bimart and Wilco. You know, an awful lot of people who create high-paying jobs move here because we don't have retail sprawl, traffic jams, and corporate heads of state living in other states. Finally, I need to make a plea on behalf of your neighbors, the farmers. When you needlessly build out areas on the outskirts of the city with a build it and they will come mentality, you set up pressures on UGB expansions in the future. McMinnville City Council just drastically expanded the UGB, and that should be enough growth for a good amount of time. There is a lot of retail included in that expansion. I'm not seeing anyone acknowledging that fact in the application. Using population numbers that go back to 2013 seem an excuse to justify a goal not founded on current Portland State population studies. UGB expansion pressures are inevitable, but it does not need to be true here now. Maybe on someone else's watch, but not on yours. Please, not on yours. Slow down. Don't destroy a beautiful thing. Leave the zoning as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does any counselor have questions, clarifying questions? Thank you.
Next, we have Steve Iverson.
Hello, counselors. I'm Steve Iverson, 1033 Southwest Courtney Lane Drive, McMinnville. And I admit I'm affiliated with Friends of Yamhill County. and I have frequently discussed the 3-mile lane area plan with others associated with the organization. So although I may be slightly biased, my short message is this. I support the testimony, both written and oral, that Friends has presented to the council, as I think it is very thorough and well thought out, and offers the city valuable options for improving the plan to make it a better fit for McMinnville. I'd also like to compliment the planning department and the council for being so patient and deliberate in considering this plan and not rushing to complete it just to have it done. I'd like that spirit of deliberation to continue. When I first read through the plan, I could see that the geography of the area represents perhaps the biggest challenge. The area is isolated from the rest of the city by the Yamhill River, and it's isolated from itself by the expressway right down the middle. Clearly, these isolations must be overcome to the extent possible for the plan to be successful, and my measure of success is how it serves the people there. My opinion, the city needs to make it a top priority too, maybe the top priority, to provide a high quality of life for the people who live and work in the area. I'm going to ask just two things from the city, using two specific examples of amenities that are sorely needed in the 3-mile lane area to make it livable for the people there and that the city can help achieve. First is neighborhood serving and retail development somewhere in the area, the so-called groceries and gas mentioned so often by residents in the area. And this is a policy decision for the city to make. The first step for you, the council, is to commit to providing neighborhood serving retail and then say it in words in the 3-mile lane plan. Something like, quote, "The city is committed to ensuring that neighborhood serving and neighborhood scale retail development is provided for those who live and work in the area. And further, the city will ensure that this is provided before approving any other retail development." End quote. How can this be implemented? It could be done through a neighborhood activity center overlay as suggested by Friends of Yamhill County. Or if you don't want the residential component in certain areas of the 3-mile lane area, then a new overlay category could be created, having the same retail parameters on size and type of stores as in a NAC, but with no residential. But remember, for this to be meaningful, the neighborhood commercial must be done first before any other retail development. And as an aside to this, I believe the 3-mile lane area plan should be further amended to remove the proposed comprehensive plan map amendment for the retail town center on south of Highway 18. That part of the plan is inappropriately specific and advances the planning process way, way beyond where we actually are now. The other amenity I think is critical for the 3-mile lane area is a pedestrian bridge spanning Highway 18. There's no better way to give access to shopping, medical appointments, whatever, for those without cars or to encourage those with cars to abandon their cars in favor of walking or biking across. I support the Friends' testimony on this and agree that the cost estimate should be upfront in the area plan, and I think that the plan must be further amended with declarative wording that indicates the city is absolutely committed to raising the funds and building the bridge, and sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any councilors have clarifying questions? Thank you very much.
Next, we have Margaret Cross.
Margaret Cross, 1102 Southwest Russ Lane. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. If adopted, this plan will determine development on 3-mile lane well into the future. Regrettably, the main component embodies the very worst aspects of 20th century planning. More roads, traffic, loss of habitat, pollution, sprawl, consumption, and higher taxes. This is neither an appealing vision nor a defensible policy choice. We should focus on sustainability. We should protect our local businesses, farming economy, small-town livability, and efficient bypass. These are rare and increasingly valuable resources. We should seek innovative ways to sustainably maximize and process our world-class agricultural products, encourage local entrepreneurs, create good-paying, small-scale manufacturing jobs, and meet our local needs first. Instead, the central feature of this plan envisions a large-format regional retail center, which, like other failing malls, ruin small towns. This vision was marketed with pictures of Orenco Station and Bend's Old Mill District. A more valid comparison would be Kaiser Station north of Salem. Kaiser, a city of 39,000 people, approved a plan in 2005 to develop 200 acres of farmland for commercial, office, industrial, and mixed use. Parcel A at Kaiser Station is their village center, containing over 712,000 square feet of franchise stores, fast food, and acres of walkable parking lots. Our new town center will allow 681,000 square feet of franchise stores, fast food, and walkable parking lots. Maybe we should call it McMinnville Station. Call me a skeptic, but in my experience, out-of-state mall owners rarely serve local, long-term public interests. They have no interest in sustainable land use because they and their investors maximize their tax breaks and leave, taking our money with them. They don't really care about saddling the local folks with long-term problems and costs. The property owners requested amendment of the comprehensive plan because their vision is a large format regional shopping center with 2 to 3 big anchor stores. Out-of-state investor franchise owners undoubtedly have their vision of making lots of money from this. The boutique hotels and wine bars on 3rd Street might not be harmed, but the merchants who sell food and other general merchandise in town that locals depend on could easily suffer. I doubt that discount mall stores are part of their vision. Standalone retail and stores and restaurants are welcome here. We have empty stores in town, lots of them. Perhaps they just haven't seen a market. I'm wondering where the modest visions of the 3 Mile Lane residents are in this plan. From the outset, development of this plan was disproportionately weighted toward the interests of the property owners. The advisory committee did not represent a cross-section of the community. Ordinary area residents with their creative ideas and modest requests were not asked to serve on the advisory committee. But the developer of Kaiser Station, who also represents Kimco, was on the committee, along with lots of representatives of property and business interests. I complained about this process. If you adopt this plan and amend the comprehensive plan and map, you will be providing the legal basis for approval of the pending C3 zoning applications. There will be no going back, even though this plan has all the earmarks of a special interest pig in a poke. Is it really your vision to make McMinnville a regional shopping mecca with a big mall? It reminds me of our eagerness to be the garbage mecca for the region. Short-sighted, polluting, ruinous to our roads, unsustainable, and with us forever. Surely we can do better. I suggest you focus on long-term sustainability and fiscal responsibility. That's my vision for our wonderful town. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilors with questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next, we have Sandy Feston.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Sandy Feston. I live at 2150 Northeast Grand Haven Street in Mac. And first, I would like to thank Heather Richards and the Planning Department. They obviously did a lot of work on this, and she answered a lot of my questions and concerns just by her presentations, and it really helped me form my opinion. So I'm mostly in favor of this plan and development, but I do have a few concerns. So I want to tell you a few things I'm excited about first. I'm excited about the Innovation Center. I'm excited. I think our town needs family supporting jobs, something that we definitely need here. I don't know a lot about retail leakage. My opinion is that people who want to shop out of town probably will still shop out of town. However, in saying that, I think that Walmart has had the corner on the market here for way too long, and I would really like to see some competition for Walmart. And I do agree that for young families, as the previous speaker said, for young families in particular, it's really hard to find things that they need in this town. I am excited about affordable housing being included. I believe that's what Heather had said. So I'm excited about that also. A few concerns I have are, I mentioned jobs before, and ironically, jobs is a concern as well. I think we've all seen, if you go to the pharmacy, to the deli at the grocery store, restaurants have cut back hours due to staffing shortages. I still see a lot of hiring, help wanted signs out. So it concerns me a little bit about, investing a lot and building new retail and not, businesses having a really hard time finding folks that are willing to work. I don't know where all of our worker bees are. I'm also a little concerned about some of the parts of the plan, like I've seen parts of it where there's like a gateway to McMinnville sign. I don't know, it's kind of extravagant. I don't know if that's the best use of money. And on the topic of money, funding for all of this is also a concern. I know there's a grant, but I haven't heard much more than that, like what portion could be funded through taxpayer dollars. How's it going to affect the citizens' wallets? So I just want to say that Mac has changed a lot from when I was a kid, and I don't want our town to be a metropolis, but I do think that this could be a good change if we're thoughtful and careful. And change is a part of life. My parents always taught me that, and I do believe it to be true. And I think that we do have to change and grow in our community. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Any counselors with questions? I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Liz Goings. Next, we have Ilsa Purse on the Zoom.
Thank you. Ilsa, can you join us on Zoom?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Well, a great deal has been said very, very articulately about the topic of retail leakage, which has been my, I should give you my address, I'm sorry, 5765 Northeast Mineral Springs Road, Carlton. So much has been said about retail leakage, and I won't beat that horse any longer. But I do really like the chart that was shown during one of the Friends of Yamhill County presenters' slideshow, showing that there, in fact, was not a lot of emphasis or acknowledgement of the fact that a great deal of money comes into McMinnville that exceeds what would have been an estimated household expense or cost. And as was said earlier, This is a balancing of a ledger. Money goes out, money comes in. And the money that comes in is fairly significant and shows a much smaller net loss than is bandied about. But what I'm worried about, and I think many are, is that the hopes and aspirations of people who think a store that sells everything a young family would need is going to be able to survive here based on the current population. If there was a need for that kind of store, smart retailers would have been here by now. This is not a huge town. This has a small college and not a very large population. Stores that could sell a wide array of goods that many young families certainly do need obviously don't think it's profitable to be here. But a national shopping center developer has other ideas. Their vision is not to help the people of McMinnville who have to travel afield for certain things that they think are essential for their family. They're thinking in terms of the road to the coast. This shopping mall, as they have proposed it, and they are quite honestly saying, is, quote, relatively well positioned for retail development due to high visibility, ease of access, high traffic counts along Highway 18, and there are few alternative urban areas between McMinnville and the coast, providing opportunities to capture spending from those visiting the Oregon coast. What will large national chain stores do for McMinnville? Precious little. The profits will be sent to corporate headquarters someplace else. The low-paid employees, if they can find any, will be commuting from places where they can afford to live. And McMinnville has yet to tell us what the costs are going to be for improving the roads that will make it easier for the people traveling through to make purchases at the national chain stores that are going to be in this mall. And what will become of 3rd Street, McMinnville's nationally known town center, or the many, many businesses on 99, many of which sell the essential goods that will eventually migrate over to another shopping area? And then we have no idea how it will affect 99W. But due to the vacancies there now, I can't imagine this is going to help them at all. I am part owner of a small business on 3rd Street. One day, a local business owner came in saying he had had a particularly good sales day and could thus afford a piece of art that was sold in our gallery. This to me was a perfect example of why local businesses make McMinnville what it is. We support each other, circulating dollars in the community to benefit all of us. This is something no national chain in a giant shopping center will ever do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council?
Next, we have Victoria Keister.
Okay, welcome.
Good evening. Yes, so my name is Victoria Keister, 1653 Southwest Bonnie Jean Place. Good evening, City Council, and I thank you for this forum. I am in favor of the proposed expansion on the 3-mile lane, but I would ask that you would give careful consideration to the type of housing, retail, and industry that are encouraged. No one likes change, but change is imminent. My reasons for support are the following. The city's population continues to expand, and we need affordable housing. Access to diverse shopping and an opportunity for local employment outside the service sector are desired. This plan generally addresses all three. The prominent voice opposing this development is coming from a base that has both the means to dine in the places wine tourists are catering to and the time to drive outward for their shopping. Working families do not. Most of us are conscientious citizens, and most advocate for aspects or policies and are considerate on their impact for climate change. It does seem disingenuous to drive a 45-minute round trip to obtain desired services or send for a cadre of Amazon trucks for goods when we could provide for our residents locally. Additional grocers to the area, like a New Seasons, Trader Joe's, or better yet, a Costco, would not only create competitive prices, but serve the outlying population bases. Our town could use a clothing department catering to the entire family with a Kohl's-like store. Doesn't necessarily have to be Kohl's. And wouldn't it be nice to sit down to an affordable family-style dinner over steak at something like an Outback instead of pizza or fast food or high-end fare? Please look through the lens of a working-class family and their needs, understand our concerns for the future as we weather the current economic pressings, and provide for opportunity for our generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any councilors have questions? Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Knapp on Zoom.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Thanks for the opportunity. I wanted to tip my hat to the work that City Planning and in particularly Heather Richards has done to set this up. I'm here today to talk as a citizen, not in my role as Director of Visit McMinnville, but I have been part of the process along the way, and I just have a couple of things that I wanted to add that I feel weren't added tonight. So I am all about balance, and I'm not a proponent of big box stores, but I also think that there is a need, and I'm here to speak today as a father of a small child and as a family living in McMinnville, that I do feel that there is a need for amenities. And when we talk about jobs, we need high-paying jobs. It's nice to say that, but we need jobs of all kinds. And commercial industry provides good jobs. It also provides an amenity that attracts and retains workforce. When we say, well, where are all the workers? Yes, it is getting expensive, and housing is definitely a priority, but it's also amenities. And our city is competing with other cities to make a welcoming place for people to live where they don't have to travel far and spend money on $5 a gallon gas to get the clothes they need for a night out on the town. So I do think there's room, there is leakage. What the size and scope of that is, is up for argument. But I do think I cringe when we start talking about we're not that, we're this. We need to serve everyone. I don't think that Third Street is going to be harmed by additional retail. In fact, I think it might balance out a whole new sector that we don't have. I also want to end on a punctuation mark on the cost to develop that land. And I do think it is important to consider the commercial real estate's dollars to help develop that, to make these plans for the Innovation Center and all of these other things that people deem as, high-paying, better types of jobs, quote unquote, possible. So it's a balancing act. You have a difficult decision. I tip my hat for you being through this process the whole time, and I think I will end on that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Any councilors have questions? Have anyone else signed up?
Yes, next we have Heather Miller.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. I am speaking tonight as a business owner on 3rd Street. I also represent the McMinnville Downtown Association Board of Directors. And one thing we discussed in our board meeting was our role in the early stages of this process years ago and involvement in deciding certain factors. And if there is a wish of council to revisit size restrictions and limitations on businesses in that retail businesses in that area, we would like to be involved in those conversations again. Because if we create another small business hub just outside of the downtown that doesn't serve larger retail, are we impacting the already existing small business hub? So I think just if we're going to make adjustments, then we need to bring those things back to the table for conversations involving the community and stakeholders involved.
Thank you. Any councilors have questions?
That is everyone that has signed up.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the gallery that would like to testify this evening? Please come up and state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, no worries.
So, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Tamara Chilla. I live on First and Irvine, which may be a good thing or a bad thing. I do not know at this point. I've lived there for 20 years. And just a quick little background about me. I came from Eastern Oregon to Eugene, lived in Eugene for 20 years. Left Eugene because the traffic got so horrendous that I just couldn't handle it anymore. One of the things that, so I went to Portland. Crazy, yes, I know. And in Portland, unlike in Eugene, there was no sense of being part of a community, even though I lived in a great neighborhood. And also it was unaffordable. So as we decided where we were going to buy our next house, we just kept moving out and ended up in McMinnville. And when we talk about quirky, I don't see McMinnville as quirky. When we were downtown, we would spend hours talking to the shop owners. It used to be, I don't know, if it's still like this because COVID and whatever has gone on, but in my personal life, but it used to be that everybody on 3rd Street knew each other. We would all hang out and talk to each other, and it was a community. And what I hope to see happen with the new plan for the downtown is that that community still exists, and that we all support each other. So First Street, as the chief could testify, that street has become the access for the bridge for all of the emergency vehicles. And it also is where all the buses are. And so as busy as it still is just this wonderful little community, which is quite inspiring to me because, and so my concern, after living in Eugene, which had access from the downtown across Ferry Street Bridge, and the congestion got so bad, single access from downtown to a large retail spaces and development, eventually it just became unlivable. And my concern is that with this access across to single cross across the bridge to get to the hospital, to all of these new facilities, that it will become unlivable. So it's my personal prayer that you don't pave paradise and end up with a parking lot. So that's what I don't want McMinnville to become. I think you have all done a really great job, and because I'm sort of missed the last 2 meetings and sort of feel like I'm on the caboose of a train that's already left, it's sort of in your hands, but I mean, think about First Street and think about the downtown core and think about the community as you're making your decisions. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do any councilors have questions at this time? Thank you. Is there anybody else in the gallery this evening that would like to testify? Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to testify? And is there anybody on the phone? So this now concludes a public testimony portion of the evening. It is late. We have been here a while. I am going to give us another 5-minute break before coming back so everybody can stretch their legs. It's almost 10:20. We'll resume at 10:25. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
we're ready. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you all for staying here this evening. I know it can be very difficult when our meetings are, whether they're public hearings or not, take a long time, and I appreciate everybody staying here, and whether it's on Zoom or watching us on television or being here in council chambers. We appreciate your attendance and also attention to these topics as we work through them. Also, given the hour, my suggestion is going to be that council either closes or leaves open the public hearing, depending on the direction they want to go. But then we would then, regardless of holding the public hearing open or closing it, that we would forego deliberations until a future date. So with that, I will entertain a motion either
Point of clarification?
Yes, please, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the difference procedurally between leaving the hearing open and then taking it up at a later date versus closing it and then taking it up at a later date?
I'll defer to staff, but off the cuff, I would say that leaving the record open means that we could continue to take testimony from now until the time of that closure, which would also then mean continuing to review that testimony as it came in, and et cetera. So I guess the root of the question in my mind is, does the council feel as though they have enough information to move to deliberations? And staff, would anybody like to add to that comment on closing or leaving open?
Nope, you got it right. It's really a question: do you feel that you've provided sufficient opportunity for the public and that you have enough information to make your decision?
Council President?
I'd personally would prefer to leave the public hearing open. We've seen a lot of engagement from citizens we don't typically hear from, and I think giving them a little bit more time, I'd be open to that if other councilors are. If you guys wish to change it or close it, I'm understanding of that given how long it's been open already.
Yeah, I agree with. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I would actually take the opposite tact. I think we have. First, I'd like to say my hat's off to the staff and how engaged we have been. They have been as a city. The number of opportunities they've provided to bring public testimony, and we have had people that, I mean, I mentioned my son-in-law, that he's never been involved in anything in the city, came down and took part. So my hat's off. But I do think we have done an incredibly thorough job of making sure that we could get all the testimony in that we need to. So at this point, I would be more in favor of closing the public hearing and looking to, I think, maybe a September date to deliberate.
Councilor Peralta, do you want to add to that, or did you want to make a motion that moves us in one direction or the other, and then the votes can dictate the direction council wants to go?
Yeah, I find that I'm still learning throughout this process from the comments that have been made tonight, and I expect that I'll continue learning. So I'm in agreement with Adam, although I am kind of sympathetic to Chris's point of view that we have taken a lot of testimony on this. I think it's really important for the future of the city, however, and I'm in favor of leaving the hearing open. So I'll make a motion to that effect.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion to leave the public hearing open made by Councilor Peralta. I have a second by Councilor Gary. Will all those in favor please signify?
We have discussion.
Apologies. Yes.
If we're going to have leave the record open, we should have a date certain that we're continuing to.
So,
I understand. Okay, we'll get a little bit more clarity in that. So we're leaving. I've heard September and August. Is there a recommendation? I think August is based on some of the, we will need to move things forward, though we do have some timelines, right, that need to be addressed, or?
So there's two things. You're talking about keeping the record open or continuing the public hearing. They are different things when you're talking about dates, because you can keep the record open to a specific date. We collect testimony, you get it, but you close the public hearing, or you continue the public hearing date specific, and we still collect testimony, and then you have oral testimony. So I didn't hear the distinction between those, and I apologize if I didn't. But
I appreciate that clarification.
And then relative to time frame for any date specific, both legal counsel and myself will not be available the first couple of weeks of August. I'm quite happy talking to another planning staff member, but I'm not sure they're as happy as about it. So.
Mayor, are you just talking about closing this down and moving through the rest of the agenda for
Yes.
the evening? Okay. I just wanted to.
Yes, I'm not wanting to eliminate the rest of the agenda. I'm suggesting that we do not attempt to deliberate and resolve this evening.
Can we just put this on the August 9th agenda to deliberate at the next council meeting?
Well, that's kind of the question at hand. So the first question is, do we leave the public hearing open or do we close it? And then with that goes, then we need some specific dates that we leave it open until or close it until, and then we will set the date for deliberations. But it is not as simple as just on to the next meeting, because our agendas, do fill up. So we will have to make sure we have appropriate representation, staff, legal, and that we are not just overloading one other single agenda that might already be full.
Can I make an amendment to my motion?
Can I ask a clarifying question before you do?
Please do.
Thank you. Is it possible, and I don't want to sound like I don't want to listen to constituents on another night, but one concern that I have is every time we've opened we have public testimony, it goes for several hours for this particular topic, and we're getting kind of redundant testimony. Is there a way to, or is it possible to close the public hearing before the date of deliberation?
Yes.
So that we're not taking testimony the night of deliberation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That'd be good.
Or request only written testimony?
So
that's
that was the record versus the hearing. Yeah, so the
Yes.
question, I think the first step is, do you want more testimony? And the sense of the commission seems to be that was the motion. Then the question is, what type of further testimony do you want? Do you want just written and have it all come in by a deadline, say a week or 2 weeks before your next meeting? Or would you prefer oral testimony and have people come and speak to you again? And so, you want more? If you do, how do you want it? And then let's set some dates.
So
I definitely want to hear more from staff.
Okay.
So let me just add a little bit of clarification. So the nuance that Bill's talking about is, do you leave the record open for written testimony, or do you leave the public hearing open for all testimony? And so I think that's
I understand.
the first question.
Yeah.
And I would suggest if your decision is to leave the record open but close the public hearing, that you leave the record open until like a week and a half before you take up deliberations, just to give us a chance to have a complete packet for you. Because if we keep taking written testimony right up until the night you deliberate, you're going to have 2 hours worth of stuff to read through as opposed to listen to the testimony. So those are just, I think, some of the tensions that you need to weigh. From a staff perspective, we're happy to navigate however the council wants to do it. Just given Heather and Bill's availability, I want to make sure that if they have a particular recommendation or preference to voice to you, I want to give them the chance to do that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll have a little bit more discussion before we jump into a motion here, just to make sure we're getting a good feel of where the body wants to go. will say that my recommendation would be that if we're going to continue to take public comment, that we do that in written form only, and we set that date for maybe at most 2 weeks from now, and then we can continue to leave the record open so that staff could continue to respond not only to that public testimony that's coming in, but also to a number of the questions that have come up from councilors tonight. And then we would set the deliberations for a date further into the future, if that makes sense.
Well, Heather's not going to be able to respond to testimony or to stuff in writing.
Well, I don't think you have to keep the record open for staff response, right? So, so really, you're keeping the record open to collect written testimony to a specific date, and then we'll provide that to you. And then if you have questions, we're your staff. We provide that to you in a staff report.
And Planning Director Richards won't be able to be in attendance at the August meeting, but the Planning Department would be able to staff that. But you are correct, it would not be Planning Director Richards who has taken us all the way through this process. So that is something to keep in mind, Councilor.
So if we're thinking September, what's the date in September?
The 13th or the 27th.
So if we did the 13th and we close the record at the end of August, that would that's quite a window for people to get their written testimony in between now and then, and that gives 2 weeks to compile that for us.
Okay. Sounds amenable. Does that sound like something that would?
Sal, on your current motion, are you looking for in-person testimony?
No, I was mostly looking for additional written testimony in response to anything that might have been said today, and then the opportunity to speak with staff during our deliberations. I do like the idea of taking further public testimony, but I kind of agree that I think we've heard from most of the people that are going to be weighing in, and I think the people who have the most cogent points are going to provide them in written format going forward. So,
Councilor, would you like to either amend or rescind your motion?
And before you do that, Mayor, can I just make a suggestion? I think there's value in you getting the written testimony if you're going to go to close the record at a specific date and not continue the public hearing, of you getting that, having time to digest it, and then ask staff questions about it. So, Councilor Chenoweth, I would suggest that the end of August might be too long because it doesn't give you enough time to ask questions and us to turn it around for you for a September 13th deliberation. And honestly, that's
so that would be leaving it open for
5 weeks and
point of clarification, Heather.
Yeah.
If you get testimony in 2 weeks, you can provide that to us outside of the context of the public meeting, correct? You can email the council.
Yeah, so much like we've been doing, we'll enter it into the record. We do that by sending it to you. I've been sending you memos, and then we update our project website the same day so everyone else has access to the same record. And yes.
Yeah. So if I would be open to amending my original motion to leave the record open until August 15th. Let me just double check what day that falls on.
That's a Monday.
Yeah, okay, so August 15th, and then schedule the deliberations at the first meeting in September. So I move that we close the hearing, that we leave the record open until August 15th, and that we take up deliberations at the first meeting in September.
I have a motion on the floor.
Second.
And a second. Motion from Councilor Peralta and a second from Councilor Chenoweth.
Can I ask one question? Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, Sal, this is Jessica. The next meeting after the 15th is the 23rd of August?
No, the first meeting in September is what the motion was for.
You want to go to September 13th? Okay.
skipping over the August 23rd meeting when Director Richards is not able to attend.
Yeah.
Right.
I want Director Richards in here when we deliberate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. The motion passes unanimously, and the dates were stated in the motion. Is that good enough for the record? Thank you. We'll now go to advice and information items from councilors on committees and board assignments. Councilor Payne?
The Landscape Review Committee met last week and preliminarily approved the big box location plan, and then they had to revisit one plan for Pebble Dental. Otherwise, all is well.
Thank you. Councilor Menke?
Well, in view of the hour, I'm not going to go into a great deal of detail tonight. I do have a YCAP report. I don't know. I'm going to be delivering this tomorrow for affordable housing. I'd prefer to just summarize it and send it out to the rest of the council, if that's okay.
Sure, yeah.
I'll pass.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Gary?
Nothing to report.
Councilor Chenoweth?
Parkway Committee met, and surprisingly, we talked about the 3 Mile Lane area plan. And I think we've beat that to death already, so I won't repeat most of the information that was covered tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Peralta?
Thank you, Mayor. Really briefly, Claudia Cisneros sent out an email from me during the meeting today, and it's an invitation to a gathering, a legislative gathering at
We lost you, Sal. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So on August 9th, there is a legislative gathering hosted by the Mid-Willamette Valley Council of Governments. It's a very important meeting for local elected officials. It's an opportunity for us to engage with elected federal and state legislators and candidates for federal and state legislative office to highlight the priorities of our local jurisdictions. So it's really an opportunity to kind of bend the ear of the policymakers who are going to end up in Salem or Washington, D.C. And we're hoping to have a strong presence from every local jurisdiction. So management staff, if you're interested in attending, that would be appreciated. Mayor, members of the council would be appreciated if folks have an interest in attending. The 29th is the deadline to respond. So if you can please get that to Claudia by Friday, that I would appreciate it. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And Council President Garvin.
YCOM hasn't met, Visit McMinnville hasn't met, and Airport Commission still currently has a vacancy. So if you know anybody interested in the Airport Commission seat, let me know, and when that is officially posted, I will reach out to them directly. And then today we had a political consultant meeting for fire districting that was rather positive, and I look forward to seeing how that progresses with today was just city stuff, then we'll do city and rural, and then actually have some substance to talk about here on the dais. So look forward to that in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you. McMinnville Affordable Housing Commission meets tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Zoom. We're continuing to talk about the plans for use of the construction excise tax as they continue to come in. We're also going to have a presentation on land banking, and as Councilor Menke mentioned, we have a pretty thorough YCAP report to share as well. That's my only report tonight. Mr. Towery.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. A couple of items to report. A detailed follow-up from Councilor Garvin's report on the fire district discussion. You all know from last spring that the issue of the legal boundary of a proposed district was one of the barriers to a November election. We have secured an engineering and survey firm as well as a full legal boundary for the existing McMinnville Rural Fire District, and we expect that legal boundary to be finished in about 4 weeks, so well ahead of our deadline to move for a May 23 election. Let you know that we have identified 8 candidates for first round interviews for the HR manager's position, and we're planning to interview 2 to 3 finalists on August 5th. We have also identified about 6 first round candidates for city attorney, and we're planning to do on-site interviews of 2 to 3 finalists on August 16th. With respect to the attorney's position, much like we did when we hired Amanda Guile-Hinman, we would plan to bring a preferred candidate forward to the council for an executive session presentation at your second meeting in August. And finally, we are also in the process of filling an administrative support position in City Hall for HR and other functions, and pending reference checks, we expect to offer that position soon and hope for a start date for that person of around August 15th. And that's all I have to report tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Gowell.
Nothing to report tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Director Richards.
Nothing to report tonight.
Thank you. Chief Scales. Thank you, Noel Amaya.
Nothing to report tonight.
Claudia Cisneros.
Nothing to report tonight.
Scott Burke.
Nothing for the council tonight. Thank you.
And Jennifer Cuellar on Zoom. Director Cuellar.
Yeah, just quickly, I want to let you know that the auditors are on site this week doing initial testing, and they will be sending out a questionnaire to all of the members of the governing body during this week. So be on the lookout for that. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now consider resolution number 22-5, a resolution appointing members to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. That's the only thing on our consent agenda, so would anybody like to discuss this before moving to a motion? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Fine, Zach, you beat me.
And a second?
I'll second.
Okay. A motion from Councilor Gary and a second from Councilor Payne. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. And the consent agenda passes unanimously. We'll now consider the first reading with a possible second reading of ordinance number 5117, an ordinance amending section 2.35.040 of the McMinnville Municipal Code specific to officers of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. Does any counselor need to declare a potential conflict of interest or recuse themselves regarding this ordinance? We will now consider the matter of ordinance number 5117. Does any counselor object to having the ordinance read by title only? Will the city attorney, Walt Gowell, please read the ordinance by title only?
Ordinance number 5117, an ordinance amending section 2.35.040 of the McMinnville Municipal Code specific to officers of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee.
Thank you. Can we now call on our Communication and Engagement Manager, Noel Amaya, to present, please?
Thank you, councilors and mayor. Mine is very short and sweet, really. So the DEIC, as I indicated in the staff report, currently uses a traditional chair-vice chair structure. The DEIC would like to move towards a shared modern model using 2 co-chairs instead. The DEIC has had time to review and approve the language that's provided in the ordinance that you have, as well as City Attorney Walt Gowell.
Thank you. Is there any council discussion? I ask for a motion to pass ordinance number 5117 to a second reading.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilor Gary and a second from Councilor Payne. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay. A motion, ordinance number 5117 passes on its first reading unanimously. I'll now ask the City Attorney, Walt Gowell, to read the ordinance again by title only.
Ordinance number 5117, an ordinance amending section 2.34.040 of the McMinnville Municipal Code specific to officers of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee.
I'll ask for a motion to adopt ordinance 5117.
I make a motion to approve ordinance 5117.
Second.
You have a motion from Councilor Payne and a second from Councilor Menke. All those in, and will our city recorder, Claudia Cisneros, please poll the council?
Councilor Geary?
Aye.
Councilor Menke?
Aye.
Councilor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Councilor Payne? Aye. And Council President Garvin?
Aye.
Ordinance number 5117 is adopted by a vote of 6-0. Thank you very much. We're now moving into new business. This comes to us from recent changes at the state. This is regarding Measure 109. We have put before you every possible option of how to deal with this. And if our City Attorney, Walt Gowell, will present the topic.
Sure. Measure 109, the psilocybin measure passed by the statewide vote of the voters in 2019 is gaining steam, and it is scheduled to go into effect for the purpose of applications for licenses to open service centers, psilocybin service centers, and psilocybin manufacturing and processing centers on January 3rd, 2023. The state of Oregon is required to complete all of its regulations relating to the implementation of the Measure 109 by December 31st of this year. That has not yet taken place, and that has occasioned some delay in the consideration of these issues because there's been a lack of information about the structure of the program going forward. One of the provisions of Measure 109 is that there's a local choice provision that says that communities can elect to either temporarily prohibit or ban the licensure of psilocybin service facilities and manufacturing and processing facilities for a period of up to 2 years, or alternatively, by a separate referral, the voters of the city can vote, if they wish, to enact an outright prohibition of the licensure of psilocybin service centers or manufacturing and processing facilities. That local option aspect of Measure 109 can only be exercised every 2 years in an even year in a November election. And this council is coming up against the first such local option election, which is in November of 2022. And so there is an option available to the city of McMinnville if it chooses to take that option to refer to the ballot either a temporary measure or a permanent measure prohibiting the licensure of psilocybin facilities within the city or manufacturing and processing facilities within the city. If that is to take place, unfortunately, it must take place. It has to be the filing, the measure referral must be filed and completed with the county elections clerk by August 19th. The publication of the ballot measure must take place, and there must be a 10-day, 7 business day, which is essentially a 10 calendar day period of time prior to August 19th for the purpose of any citizen to file a challenge to the proposed ballot measure that would be adopted by the council. So you're up against the time limit here. If you wish to make a referral of either a temporary ban or a permanent ban of these facilities to the voters of the city, it's necessary to do that with a publication to take place not later than next week. And so that's why this issue is coming to you tonight. We have fashioned 2 separate ordinances that you could consider for that purpose, should you choose, should you wish to do a referral. One is a 2-year temporary ban, the other one is a permanent ban. They both contain ballot measures summary information that the city received from the League of Oregon Cities, and we chose to utilize in connection with these draft ordinances. Your third option is simply to do nothing and not refer this measure to the ballot. If that's the case, if you choose to do that, then the state of Oregon will can begin to accept applications and issue licenses for openings for service centers within the city starting in January. If that were to be your choice, you still have the local option to adopt what's called time, place, and manner restrictions that are, as long as they are reasonable, can regulate the location, operation, hours, and so forth of these facilities in ways that are objectively reasonable and consistent with the public good, as you determine it. So that's the short explanation of why we're here tonight on this particular issue. Included in your materials was a pretty succinct memo from the Deputy Corvallis City Attorney to that council, kind of laying out and summarizing the nature of Measure 109 and the options available to that City Council. So I chose not to reinvent the wheel in that regard. But we're here tonight because if the council does not consider this issue, it will not get to consider this issue of referral for another 2 years. So we'll do our best to answer your questions, and I would note that in order to pass an ordinance in one night, just as you just did in the previous ordinance, it requires unanimous action. If in fact there is not unanimous action, you would need to schedule a special meeting to come back either later this week or early next week to complete action in the event that were deemed appropriate.
Thank you. And I think on this one, since it's new material, we'll just go down the dais, one end to the other, and including, of course, Councilor Peralta on Zoom, and everybody will just have a chance to add their thoughts to the discussion. So we'll start with you, Councilor Payne.
Oh, thanks. I am, given the Oregon Health Authority's delay in getting all of the wheels in motion for making this a safe setup, and that they don't have to have it done until January 2nd, 2023, I am in support of passing this on to the voters for a 2-year ban. There is, I guess, in the language for the, I guess it's the summary for the ballot, I would prefer some alternate language in the first sentence of the summary, but we can talk about that when we cross that bridge when we get there.
Thank you. Councilor Menke?
I would tend to concur with my fellow councilor. I like the idea of a 2-year ban and putting it up for the voters, yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Chenoweth?
Can I ask a question before I?
Oh, yes.
Thank
yeah,
you.
whatever you'd like to do with your time.
This is an option only available to the cities. It's not available to the counties.
The counties do have the option for the counties.
For the
county jurisdiction.
If the counties choose to exercise their jurisdiction, which supersedes which?
Neither. Each has jurisdiction over the area. The area within the city is not under the county's jurisdiction for the purpose of their referral.
So it would not have any impact on the city itself? No. Okay. Thank you for that.
Sure.
I'll stick with the ladies.
Councilor Gary?
I'm inclined to do nothing. I think the voters told me they support this, and it seems like doing a ban is more of a bonfire of the vanities, so I'd be inclined to do nothing.
Thank you. Councilor Peralta?
Yeah, I agree with Zach. This measure passed overwhelmingly. I don't see any reason to attach any stigma to this type of therapy. And so I'll be both a no on first reading and second.
Thank you, Council President.
So in Yamhill County, it passed by 302 votes of almost 52,000 votes cast on the issue, and 161 of those was the margin of yes in McMinnville precincts from what I looked up on Yamhill County's site from the 2020 election. So, I mean, the voters were in favor of it then. I'm definitely in favor of eventually putting time, place, and manner restrictions in place. But given the state hasn't given us any rules to really work with, I would be in favor of putting the 2-year ban initially in front of the voters. If they want to vote it down and have it sooner rather than later, then I think we could make sure we maintain order through time, place, and manner restrictions like previous councils did with marijuana and the Lux process on the application.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff at this time from any councilor? Yes, Councilor Gary.
Is there a cost to the city to place an initiative on the ballot?
Not that I'm aware of, not for the November general election. There's no special charge.
Any other comments or questions for staff at this time?
I'm going to add just on the Oregon Health Authority website that they require training, and the facilitators have to complete a training program. So, I mean, I guess there's some sort of barriers in place by the Oregon Health Authority already that would prevent somebody from having a facility that manufactures or sells. So I guess I could go either way, but the ballot language is.
And the state has released nothing yet in terms of distance or some of those more general things we saw before?
I think a fair statement would be that the state has issued a lot of regulations on the licensing process and licensing criteria and standards, less so on the actual operational. That's what we've determined through an initial review, though I would say we've not conducted an exhaustive review. I would say that the most work remains to be done on the operational aspects of the facilities themselves.
Okay.
It looks like they have developed, let's see, they've created an advisory board and an equity subcommittee meeting. And so the Psilocybin advisory board meeting, it appears to be the first one, is actually August 4th.
Okay, well, I will, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll throw it out there. I'll move for ordinance number 5119.
You'll need to add, I see, because that's option A, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we'll now consider the first reading with the I have a motion to consider option A. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilor Chenoweth and a second from Councilor Mankey. So we'll now consider the reading, the first reading, no?
This, I would just do a vote on this because
Just do a vote on this, because this is to actually move it forward, sorry.
And then you'll start reading.
Okay, so all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed say nay.
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 The motion passes 4-2. So we will now consider the first reading with a possible second reading of ordinance number 5119, an ordinance declaring a temporary ban on psilocybin service centers and the manufacture of psilocybin products, referring such ordinance to the voters and declaring an emergency. Does any counselor need to declare a potential conflict of interest or recuse themselves regarding this ordinance?
Point of clarification,
Yes, sir.
is this a second reading?
No, this is the first reading. The motion was just to get us to the reading.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you. We will now consider the matter of ordinance number 5119, Does any counselor object to having the ordinance read by title only?
One of these days.
Hearing none, will the city attorney Walt Gowell please read the ordinance by title only?
Ordinance number 5119, an ordinance declaring a temporary ban on psilocybin service centers and the manufacture of psilocybin products, referring such ordinance to the voters and declaring an emergency.
I'll ask for a motion to pass ordinance 5119 to a second reading.
So moved.
The motion by Councilor Menke
Second.
and a second by Councilor Garvin. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please signify by saying nay.
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 The motion fails 3-3. Or would I be the tiebreaker on that then?
No, you
No.
have to have a unanimous vote to have the second reading.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So-
But I would like you to take a roll call on the first reading.
Great. Will you please take a roll call?
Counselor Geary,
Nay.
Counselor Minke,
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth,
Aye.
Counselor Payne, nay. Counselor Peralta,
Nay.
Council President Garvin,
Aye.
Madam Mayor Drapkin.
I vote now.
Isn't it a tie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the counselors flipped their vote.
I didn't, because you said it was to choose the option, and the first thing I said was, I don't like the summary of the language that goes in the voter's pamphlet.
Do you wish to change your vote to vote in favor of the ordinance? The motion was to approve the ordinance. There was no motion to modify the ordinance.
It's listed in the, I guess, the summary of the ballot language is listed in the ordinance.
Yes, it is.
And I do not agree with the summary for the ballot language.
Mayor, if in fact, I think that motion just failed.
Is there what's the language?
It can be altered, yes.
A new motion can be entered to read the ordinance with amended language, but that language has to be stated.
Well, was that something that you wished to do but didn't do, or was that something that was that not something that you wished to do? Was that
No, I'm totally content doing it. The way that the first sentence reads, it just sounds like anybody can manufacture, transport, deliver, or sell.
Okay.
Or purchase psilocybin.
Would you like to rescind your motion, Councilor Menke?
You didn't have
Oh, wait a second.
wait,
Hold on.
wait,
Point of
yeah.
clarification. We had a motion and a vote. I don't think you can just rescind it.
Oh,
There is no current pending motion. She can make a motion to approve the ordinance with amended language if she wishes.
So you're saying I can correct or like modify my nay to a yay pending?
No, it requires a new motion to read the ordinance as in an amended form. So you would need to provide the wording you need to.
What edit to 5119 would you like made?
What language do you want to change?
It's simply the first sentence to the ballot summary, which at present says, state law allows for the manufacturing, transportation, delivery, sale, and purchase of psilocybin, the psychedelic drug found in certain mushrooms.
Can I make a suggestion?
Absolutely.
If you added to the end of that, in compliance with state law.
Perfect. So moved.
Okay. But I'm sorry, but I do want to go back to this point of order because we did have a motion and a second, and we were in the middle of a vote. So can we have a motion
I think
to amend?
you had a vote, and you had 4-3, didn't you?
It was 3-3.
No, the mayor never cast her vote.
Didn't cast a vote because then we started trying to clarify for order. So
And then I have a question, which is that if the motion doesn't move tonight and our next meeting is after the deadline, then what's the effect of us
You would
making a
have to
motion?
have a special meeting in order to make this work.
Or we do nothing.
Or we do nothing?
Yeah, or do nothing.
And that special meeting could be on Zoom, or it needs to be here on the dais.
No. No, you need to have a regular or special meeting.
It could be, I mean, it's a, yes, but we're
Any
hybrid,
individual
so we
council member can be on
Yeah,
Zoom.
so the entire council could come via Zoom.
Yeah. Yes.
How does the amended language that was just put out there affect the first reading?
We are not through the first reading.
No, we're still waiting on the mayor to vote.
So the mayor is sitting, so we're at a point in the first motion where it's 3-3 and the mayor has not.
So would you like for me to vote now?
Yes, please.
Nay.
Okay, so now that motion fails, so now another motion can lie.
Exactly.
Make your motion.
Okay, so the ordinance number 5119 has failed on its first reading by a vote of 5 to 2. 3 to 4. 4 to 3. 4 to 3.
Yeah, 3 to 4.
3.
3 to 4. 3 yes, 4 no.
Yeah. 3 to 4 it fails. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, yes. Right. So now we can entertain a new motion.
Yes.
Okay. I will entertain a motion at this time. Oof.
Mr. Gao, will you please read the verbiage that we just discussed?
I think that your motion would be to approve the first reading of ordinance number 5119 with the addition of the words "in compliance with state law" at the end of the first sentence of the summary.
The ballot summary, yes.
Yes.
So moved. Thank you for reading that.
I have a motion by Councilor Payne and a second by Councilor Mankey, and will,
I'll do the roll call.
and now, thank you.
Counselor Geary,
Nay.
Counselor Minky,
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth,
Aye.
Counselor Payne,
Aye.
Counselor Peralta,
No.
Council President Garvin,
Aye.
The motion passes 4 to 2. Or, I'm sorry, ordinance number 5119 is adopted by a vote of 4 to 2.
No, that's just the first reading.
No.
It's not adopted.
We're getting a little tripped up here.
Sorry.
So you,
Past my bedtime.
right. So
All our bed.
procedurally, you need to schedule a special meeting so that you can get a notice published next week. So that either needs to be this week or the very first part of next week.
Great. So,
Sorry to have to advise you.
so do we need to set that date at this time?
I think that's advisable.
That's advisable.
Is discussion appropriate at this time?
Sure.
I'm just curious on the I votes for this. You know, I haven't heard anybody, and I guess I'm interested in hearing from Adam, but from whomever, what are the main concerns about a licensed facility to deal with this mental health issue?
I'll take a stab at that for you, Sal. I just know how bad the state stumbled in the rollout of the marijuana stuff, being involved in that firsthand. And then you pair that with Measure, I think it was 110 that rolled back some of the funding for police in that from the marijuana tax. And then some of the mental health stuff we have going on here around town. I would really like to see the navigation center open before we had these centers in place, and that, you know, these centers are an actual resource and not an additional burden on our current lack of resources in the city. And I just, being so heavily involved in the state when the marijuana stuff rolled out and how bad they stumbled and still are stumbling to an extent, I just I think there's value in pumping the brakes on it.
Sure. But you're talking about the retail marijuana sales, right?
Yes. I mean, even medical for that matter, on medical dispensaries. I mean, that was a free for all, a wild, wild west. You had people rolling in with 50 to 100 pounds and leaving with a couple $100,000 in cash and driving from Bend to wherever they were growing it at.
I guess the only comment I would make is that I would encourage the colleagues on the dais to actually take a good look at the language of the measure that voters passed, and just evaluate that as, because I think there's this perception that this is intended to be recreational use.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the case. So I've just encouraged folks to take the time between now and whenever we meet to discuss this, to just review what's actually being proposed with those centers.
Sal, can I add something? So some of the significant delay in the Oregon Health Authority is that psilocybin cannot even be cultivated right now, much less tested. And then, of course, they don't have the vehicle or mechanism in place to decide who or what it takes to become a facilitator. I think I'm reading this from the Oregon Health Authority website right now.
So your point is that you'd like more clarity on what the actual therapy is from the state and what's involved before.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you join us up here on a microphone so
Sorry,
Councilor
just a
Peralta
moment,
can
Sal.
hear you?
This is Tyler Yeoman Millett of our office.
Associate Interim City Attorney. The Health Authority has promulgated not all of their administrative rules, but they have promulgated some of the administrative rules. Part of what they have promulgated is what training a facilitator has to go through in order to be licensed, and it requires 120 hours set in many different specific categories of training. So it's not a free-for-all. There are rules in place.
And I just want to clarify, the training is psychology or psychiatry and accredited institution. It's not,
Well, do you have to have a degree or some form of certification
You do
here?
not have to have a degree.
I just don't have a warm, fuzzy feeling about that. I'm sorry.
I wasn't trying to diminish that the Oregon Health Authority hasn't done anything. I was just saying that there's still work to be done on who is qualified.
But they have promulgated rules about who is.
Yes, but the training program is still being developed. And I think the dosing and how a patient, or a client, because they're not a doctor, responds, and the clinic setting, there's so many unknowns. So from my perspective, and Sal, you bring up a really good point, is this is absolutely not at all about mental health and the effects. You're right, there shouldn't be a stigma with this. From my perspective, this is simply just about planning and how the planning department can enforce, can this happen 1,000 feet from school, which is one of the limitations that the Oregon Health Authority has on it now, is that it cannot. And so those rules are still rolling out, and until they're complete, how do we know what they are, and how does our planning department know, and how do they enforce it?
With the failure on the first reading, no matter what, we're setting a special meeting at this point, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to respectfully thank you for all that, and also I would like to, at this point, set that second meeting for Tuesday, August 7th, to be held at the time that we regularly hold City Council at 7 p.m. if that's
Second.
Tuesday, August 2nd, so reflective of our usual meeting time, unless it would be preferable to staff to try to do it earlier, capped onto the end of the workday without that gap. Yes?
Whatever council chooses, that it works for us.
You want to do like 5:30?
Okay, we'll do 5:30 on Tuesday, August 2nd then.
And will associate interim city attorney be present?
Did you just add an additional layer back assistant to them? Yes.
Yes,
Assistant to the assistant.
I think we associate interim city attorney
was, Claudia?
If you'll be present, that would be wonderful.
It'll be short-lived, I assure you.
I'm grateful that you introduced yourself too, because I kept wondering who this guy was and that was showing up with our attorney, interim attorney.
He's the brains of the outfit.
We could throw in pro tem. That sounds legal-ish.
Can you say all the words that go with it then?
You got maximum value out of your first city council meeting.
Do we need any other action at this time? Okay. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
5:30?
5:30.